Okay, we are live. Hello there, commanders. Hello there, Archeon, who for once is
Hello.
on time.
I know, right? Even I'm surprised.
Okay, players have been notified of their pairs. We also did something new for this tournament, which doesn't usually happen. Yeah, Sedeka is also Archeon being there from the start. What is this? Season finals, apparently.
I know, right?
You know, Glidden still playing Elden Ring. He
Damn
did
right.
check in like half an hour ago, so.
I don't blame him. Why wait?
Okay, we have the first draft. So let's just get in and start watching. Oh, that's already
Awesome.
underway. Let me switch to it on the stream itself. No, of course it doesn't work. Never does. There we go. So this is quarterfinal number 2. Michael Pontifex, seeded seed number 4. B6A6S, who called himself B6B6 here, is seed number 5. So technically the closest match we will theoretically have in the quarterfinals at least. We'll see if that's true. Slanesh, Sinch, Lizmet banned by Pontifex. Kislev, Greenskins, Dark Elves banned by B6A6. An Empire first pick. And as I've mentioned, the things that we've done differently this time is that we did quite a lot of bans, but it was all up to the participants themselves. So as part of the check-ins process, they could vote on particular controversial OP units and whether they want them allowed, banned, or restricted. So the rules are as follows, as decided by the community or the participants even themselves, not just like arbitrary from me as a host or whatever. So we've got Elspeth on her dragon is banned. Master Engineer in a tank is banned. Then all steam tanks are also banned. Land ships are all banned. Spirit of Grony and Thunder Barge are banned. Gyrocopters, all variants, are limited to 3. Soul Grinder of Sinch is limited to 1. Medusa, all variants, are max 1. And Furies, also limited, or also all variants, limited to 3.
The only question I have is why Soul Grinder of Zinch? Is it that powerful now?
It has some like weird thing with homing ammunition. We did see it being spammed in the May tournament, but I think in the May tournament it proved underwhelming. But that was up to the community. They decided they wanted limited to 1. The vote breakdown was actually 2 votes for limiting it to 1 and 2 votes for banning. And I took the philosophy of if it's equal, then we take the less restrictive one. So, limited to 1 it is.
Okay.
But I personally think it won't cause any problems. Anyway, we've got our picks and bans concluded between Pontifex and B6A6. We'll be watching all the quarterfinals through replays, so we'll still get to chill a little bit in chat before any particular action happens. Let's have a look at another draft. Let me just avoid spoilers in stream. It is underway, so let's just jump in the middle of it. No problem. So, Nerexa, our seed number 1, our favorite to win, alongside Berserk, who is seed number 2. So they're on the path to meet each other in the finals, but we do have quite a lot of new faces. New faces to SUNTZU League, but not new faces to Warhammer community. So we'll see how they perform in a somewhat new environment, because we do have a unique rules after all.
Yeah. Quick question. Where are the game channels on Discord? So
they are there. Just you haven't been pinged in them, so you don't see them like on the left, but if you click on the forum itself, they are there. Anyway, let's see.
Oh, I see.
So this this one also concluded, so it's on the screen. We'll see if any other ones are going on. Match number 3. Okay, so Arclan, you can try to wake up Berserk and Martinez, because they both seem to be asleep. Lydon stopped playing Elden Ring in the meantime.
Ah.
So there's progress there. And they haven't started yet, so let's go. The only thing dwarves have is the Thunder Barge being banned and Gyrocopters being slightly limited. Maybe, just maybe, Lydon will get his dwarves. Do the bans come before picks, or how is it? I'm Martinez. I think you've already done... No, oh wait, Martinez. Oh, you're against Berserk, right? Yeah, you're against Berserk. So, first go bans. Also, we have the order up here. First, all 3 of... Oh, so both of you ban 3 factions each in a snake draft format. And then save for the picks, except you pick 5. Also, everything is on Discord, like step by step, what you should do, just for your convenience. As you can see, yeah, Singe, Nurgle being banned. So Singe for the Soul Grinders, Nurgle also got quite a bit of new units that are quite strong as well. So, no surprise to see it banned. The land battles community was hyping up Britannia recently. Apparently it's super strong there. We'll see if that translates to Domination. Britannia always been quite popular. Random ban, Giga Chad. High Elves is still a decent ban. An Empire banned, despite all the bans imposed on it anyway. And then Greenskins is a final ban. I don't think Greenskins are that much of a top tier now. See if we get a Dwarves ban. If not, Lydon's gonna grab it first pick, surely. Kislev ban. Okay, dwarves, let's go. Lydon. Pick your dwarves. There we go. You watch the picking? How does this work? You can just go start picking by yourselves. Start any progress on waking Berserk up?
Could you link me the bracket? I cannot find the link on it on our announcement.
I did link you the bracket though. Probably
Where?
in our conversation. La 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 over here. That's the bracket. And if it's that not it, that's the next link below it. But I think this is the one.
Okay.
Anyway, Lydon got hold on both Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves. He's gonna be unstoppable. Right. Sorry, I've been reading some messages on Discord, so I wasn't paying attention to the draft. Warriors of Chaos and the Wood Elves down to like the last round of picks. Beastmen also picked quite late. Demons of Chaos early, that's probably for the Soul Grinder, because SUNTZU was banned, so Demons of Chaos are the only ones, the only other faction that has access to it. And let's see what will be the final ban pick for Flamaster. Hey, Berserk is awake, nice. Okay, and Lizardman, also a decent faction. Apparently Berserk and Martinez have started picks, but haven't posted the link. So, Martinez, if you're still listening, everything that you do within the tournament is supposed to be like reported within our Discord. So don't have like conversation DMs with Berserk. Have that conversation in the proper match so that we know that you are playing and we know what the progress is and etc, etc. Because if you do it in DMs, like then we as organizers are being just left in the darkness and have no idea what is going on, right? Whether you are AFK or whether it's true and you're about to enter a final battle. Also,
Looks
Berserk
like
has played in so many tournaments from us, so should know this. Okay, let's switch to Discord maybe. Of course it doesn't show. Let's go, that's Discord. So yeah. Here very nicely done. Honor points there for B6A6 already. As Michael, yeah, accidentally said he picked Vampire Coast, but he was like, okay, you can pick any faction in its place. Probably because he doesn't have the DLC, so can't even play it. But then he's like, yeah, pick whatever you want. So nice. Then immediately went to banning maps in a very nice, visually attractive format. And an Empire, Dwarves, good luck, have fun, and off they go to a battle. Very nicely done. Have a look here. What do we have here? Also 2 maps banned. Okay, so ban Gates of Vector and Black Ark. And then Arbiter's Grounds is the first map they play, I guess. And it's Augurs. Wait. So I think I'm supposed to pick his faction first. No one's this. Team the Wilder could argue, but he wasn't available for this weekend. So we also ran like a poll. Like I just basically messaged all our top players. Like, hey, when are you available? This weekend or this weekend? Because we could do it on either. And vast majority of our Domination players said they will be available today. That's why we have this tournament today and not next week. Next week we will get Team the Wilder, but we wouldn't get many other players. Sadly, that's kind of the nature of scheduling in summer. Lots of people are just going on vacations and stuff. I'll be going next month as well. So yeah, it's a difficult time for tournaments, let's say. Getting ping, let's see. Can't find how to select a map and faction in what order. It's literally here. go. And there we go. Yeah, we also have their draft, I guess, over here. In a form of a picture instead of a link, but sure. Empire, Kist of Bands, Demons of Chaos as well, and Siege for the Soul Grinders. I guess they're really afraid of them. And the Nurgle Beastman to round it out. Dark Elf's first pick, so probably we'll see a Medusa from Berserk. Korn for the Culture. Norska, also a top tier faction, Ogre Team Sizzleman. All very good factions there. Grand Cafe Hype, Slanesh. We don't see Slanesh that often, but he got buffed recently, so it's there, I guess. And Tumkis and Greenskins. Well, I think I prefer Berserk's faction pool here. Tumkings have fallen off in recent patches. They haven't really been nerfed, they just lots of things around it got buffed.
And that's how it is, you know, everything is comparative. You don't need to get nerfed in order for it not to be picked, it's just when everything else is buffed. Yeah, very much so. Like, if it was just buffs, sure, but in this case it's just power creep, which I find very disappointing. Like, I'm very disappointed that CA would resort to such a cheap trick to make their new content more palatable.
Yeah, somewhat pay to win to some extent, which is just
very much so.
Okay, hopefully we'll start getting some replays coming in soon. If Michael and B66 started their battle at around 9 past, then they're already going for 9 minutes. Well, they probably started the lobby. Maybe they started the lobby earlier. Yeah, they said the lobby earlier. So I would expect their replay to drop in first. You know, match 4 and match 3 are just deciding on their map bans and faction picks. Match number 1 is just starting. Okay, once the first replay starts rolling in, and then by the end of it, we should start just rolling. Speaking of which, I should probably link the stream in a few places. So Berserk versus Martinis is going to be Norska versus Rays of Chaos on Black Ark.
Interesting idea. I'll have to say I'm gonna be preferring Norska on this one. Because Norska has one thing that the Warriors of Chaos do not, despite Warriors of Chaos getting a little tithe with every expansion. That is a price-efficient mid-tier units. Their champions are actually more price-efficient than Chaos Warriors. which is fine. That's how Words of Chaos were always balanced. But I am very happy to see new players joining. That is always good. And also our older players coming in too. But it's good that we don't have the stale roster.
Yeah, so from the old guard, I guess we have our top 3 players, Serika, Berserk, and Glidden. You could also count in Michael. He has been here since the very beginning, just not the same level of success, I guess. And then we have Flamaster, who is new to SUNTZU League, but from what I've seen, he has plenty of experience. Then we have Martinius, who is now playing against Berserk. I didn't hear much of him, but I've seen him recently play against Serika on one of his streams. Like, Serika streams lots of tournaments, like from his perspective, how he's playing. Speaking of which, he's not streaming our tournaments. What did we do to him? Why doesn't he want to stream our tournaments? God damn it! I would really I just really want to watch our tournaments from the perspective of one of our players. That would be
cool.
Yeah, very cool experience, very cool perspective to see what it looks like from the other side.
Yeah, that would be quite fun.
Yeah, we've also got B66, also quite a bit of a veteran in SUNTZU League, but also not the same level of success as the other guys. So I guess similar story to Michael Pontifex, and they are facing each other. So that match is pretty much up in the air.
Very much so, and that's one thing I enjoy with our ranking system. So you said you like to go and watch other tournaments as well. What would you say they do differently than what we do?
They're nowhere near as hardcore, I guess.
Well, that's a little vague.
It's the shortest description I can come up with. Sorry, I'm concentrating on something else at the moment.
Oh, that's okay. I also noticed that while I was looking for the channels, in our Season 2 Hall of Fame, we don't have Long War.
Yeah, we also don't have the May tournament. I haven't made the graphics yet.
Ah. Okay, just as long as you're aware. Yeah, we'll see what we'll do for season 3. Season 3 Long War, that is, since I'm the one who usually plays those. I don't know, I have been quite burnt out of Long Wars. They are a huge investment.
They are looking forward to second Long War. But I wonder, maybe we should host after vacation period, because otherwise
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea, and I hope this one lasts a little longer, and I have some ideas for that thing. First thing is probably picking less of S-tier factions, and even if there are S-tier factions, they'll be further apart from each other. So there won't be a case where one of them snowballs very quickly.
I think the first Long War, where we had 8 players, we did make sure they were as spaced out as possible. Or do you feel like there were areas where some players had more room to grow than others?
It wasn't a case of some players having more room to grow than others, fortunately, which is why I think our experiment was good. No, we experimented with the idea of putting Astrogoth, Archaon, and Throt close to each other, which, had we not properly handled that and certain things did not go the way they did, that could have caused a lot of issues for like there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong. Just starting players close to one another, it encourages factions with better rush power to rush out the other one without hurting themselves much. And that way, knocking a player out, completely upsetting the balance of power that we hope to achieve in the later game. So, fortunately, that did not end up happening, but it could have. We did not really come close to that happening just because of the skill level of our players being like so much close to each other. However, it could have, and I'm not sure if having these early rushes is really healthy for the overall health of the game, for longevity of the game.
So I really think like the skill level was similar between players.
I think it was. I think it was because Hunter is a very skilled player. Maybe not in battles, but he is very skilled at labbing factions. He can really squeeze out some very absurd growth, and we saw that in the Long War too. Like he had how many 70 or 80 settlements by turn 30, which is bonkers for most factions. But he really squeezes that out. So that is really nice on him. Diplomacy-wise, I'm not too sure, so it just so happened that I had an ace up my sleeve to stop the war. So there it was an interesting engagement, but again, if I did not have that, if it was somebody else playing Warriors of Chaos, that could have been easily just a steamroll. And it ended up working. I manipulated events in a way that it very much worked in my favor, because me losing that war early made me seem like much less of a threat, having other players leave me alone, which is exactly what I wanted to achieve, which allowed me to snowball out of control.
So that's the equivalent of losing your first battle in the Swiss format to then get easier opponents.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
And if you look at our bracket, that's impossible. If you lose your first battle, you are no longer in contention for the first place.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, our format is much better.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about Swiss, because Swiss in general is like a good idea, but it very much depends on, one, your luck on who you draw in the first round.
Absolutely.
Unless you would have a seeding system like we do.
No, the seeding system we've got is absolutely brilliant. And not to toot our own horn here, but I have seen Swiss format being exploited so many times when I was playing competitive Magic. I had people who just come in and just look around. The first thing they do is look around, okay, there's this guy, this guy, this guy. I know this guy's definitely better than me, this guy's worse than me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deliberately lose my first game, so that way my overall ranking is better. And that is a better strategy for them to earn more points in the future. And that's
there's also the strength of schedule. Also, not every Swiss format tournament uses the strength of schedule thingy, but it can also be not maybe much manipulated, but it can just be very, very random as well. Because like you're a good player and you get a shitty player in the first round, so you just win easily, and then that shitty player goes on to keep losing because he's bad, and then because of your unlucky first round, your strength of schedule tanks, and then you might lose like a tiebreakers scenario because of it.
Yeah, I think I've seen that happen only once. But still, that is definitely something that can happen, yeah.
Okay, we're still waiting on that first replay.
Absolutely. So let's talk about our rewards. So for SUNTZU League
Go on.
points, can you remind our audience how the league points and the tickets work?
And by your audience, you also mean yourself.
Well, I remember how it works. The stream points, the league tickets are pretty obvious, but the
I
league
forgot.
points.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
What's
yeah,
up?
it is. It's always so overwhelming, like when we are hosting tournaments, right? And we also had the bans
Mhm.
right before the tournament, so that occupied like a large portion of my brain, let's say. And it took some time as well. Yes, I forgot to launch my bot and connect it. Connect. Successfully connected. Let's go. And let's go. Okay. Let's see if the bot can say hello. Yeah.
Can. Well, in the last season, I won the draw for the tickets, which resulted in me not having to buy a DLC. Well, I bought it for myself.
Wasn't it like in the... No, the first tournament was like, oh, let's go draw, and it was medley, but I said you for some reason. I don't know, like, I just got a massive brain fart.
Yeah, that was the very first one, yeah.
Yeah, then in season finals, you actually won that? So you
Yep.
won the viewers one. Yeah, because you can...
Yep, I won the viewers one.
Okay, we've
Yeah.
got a replay.
Awesome. But yeah, at
Start
the...
throwing them out.
Alright, yep, we got the first replay. But yeah, at the end of the league points, we will have a draw. The winner will get a DLC of their choice. Speaking of DLC of their choice, I have discovered that without the Ogre's DLC, you cannot recruit Ogre mercenaries in the campaign.
Really?
Yeah, I did not know that, and the way I discovered it
Ogre
was actually...
mercenaries were a thing even before Warhammer 3.
Yes, they were a thing in Warhammer 2, but if you want to... They changed how it works in Warhammer 3. In Warhammer 3, you no longer have to walk into an ogre camp. You only need to be in its radius. It has a black arc-like radius.
Yeah, I know how it works.
Where you can recruit. I'm explaining to the audience. So you are able to recruit one, like the worst ogre, I think, but they still have siege attacker. So that way you are able to besiege, you're able to attack immediately, and it still helps you in auto resolve.
It seems like that was like a super long battle, because Berserk and Martinis are done within 7 minutes, whereas these guys took like 23.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, speaking of being overwhelmed by things to do, I didn't launch the game yet.
Oof. Okay, yep, we've got our first replays. Dribbling
Gotta make sure I have the correct mods on.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yep. Okay, we should be able to queue our replays back to back now. What was the command to check how many tickets you got?
Maybe points or loyalty? Loyalty. Yeah.
what was it? Exclamation mark loyalty?
Yeah, could be.
Also, I think stream went down.
No, it didn't. We're good.
Okay. Ah, yeah, the game's opening. Awesome.
Now, I am also recording, and I should also warn you that to be alive once more. So, tried everything, but restarting the PC did it. So just have to give me a minute or two to just launch everything back up again, and hopefully this time it doesn't just go to shit. So yeah, if you could write something in chat to confirm that I am actually alive, that would be nice. Hello, Darakin. Oh wait, it said I was in the caster channel, but I wasn't. Hello.
Okay, I was saying I'm updating the roster while you struggle with your internet.
Yeah. Am I live now on YouTube?
Yes. Are you live on YouTube? Let me take a look. No, you're not. Well, it says live, but I don't see.
Yeah. Attack Speed Enjoyer says I am alive. Hello there, Attack Speed Enjoyer.
Okay. I don't see your screen though. Now it says you're not. Wait.
The YouTube stream, not Discord stream.
Yeah. The YouTube stream.
Okay. I mean, the YouTube stream also isn't that much delayed because I've discarded all delays. So it's like, 10 seconds each, more or less. So you could still like chime in on like the overall flow of the battle. Just through that, I guess. Okay. Launching Warhammer. I also restarted my PC right before starting the stream. As a precaution. And it's the first time I've ever had such problems. And not because I restarted my PC, because I always do that right before the stream. It's the first time it just happened. Okay. Replace. Let's go. Slightly delayed. Sorry for that. Technical problems. But we are on a good track now. So we'll just start speed running the replays. We'll just launch the bracket. See if it works. It does. Okay, good. Yeah, that's all we need for now. It's gonna be fine. Yep. Okay, Michael Pontifex versus B6A6, aka Falling Star. Reichland versus Karazakarak, Empire versus Dwarves. Top tier picks on this patch, but heavily nerfed through just bans being applied to them. So, Michael, no caster. Carl Franz, hopefully he has a magic caster in reinforcements, because it wouldn't be the first time he doesn't pick a caster, which is like, why would you ever not bring a magic user? Why do you do this to me, Michael? Why? Anyway, other than that, Rental Franz, he has double grenade launchers, which is a Man of Culture unit. Absolute Giga Chad. Then we have two great swords, two crossbowmen, I think, Yeah, then some regular swordsmen and spearmen and more spearmen. There we go. Arctis Grounds, very nice map. You know, it doesn't have much to it, but it's simple in design and it just fucking works. That's why it's so great. We do have gyrocopters summoned in from reinforcements already. And I have miners with blasting charges ×3 spread out across the formation. What's the third one? There we go, that's the third one. Why does it have the range indicator? Anyway, grenade launchers are also scouting ahead, as you cannot see what's in here unless you go ahead and scout. Point 3 just abandoned entirely by both players. Empire going for point number 1, whereas dwarves want to establish themselves in the center, obviously the better position. Now 2 units blobbed up on top of one another. Grenades could be absolutely devastating here, and it is a good chunk of damage. But the gyrocopters do have an early advantage. So instead of crossbowmen, so musketeers would have been much better in this regard, in this scenario. But let's see if the crossbowmen can land some hits on the gyrocopters to screen the outriders from the damage. Because outriders are getting wrecked much harder than I am wrecking the longbeards.
We have a victory point. Keep it
Point number
from
1
the
captured for the Empire. Point number 2 soon to be captured by dwarves. Point number 3 still ignored, but there's a second unit of gyrocopters coming in. And that's one unit of outriders almost routed. There we go, now it's routed. It's close to the edge of the battlefield. It might just run away and get lost. That would be a huge advantage to B666 early on. And Michael still hasn't summoned anything. He has 2,000 supplies just waiting there. Tanks are banned, land ships are banned. So what a massive unit could he possibly be thinking of summoning? It seems like he's just taking the trade. He's, yeah, sure, hit me with your gyrocopters. I will just bombard you as much as possible with the time frame of me being alive. But then he blobbed up his swordsman with... Okay, I thought it was great swords in here. Didn't look at the tier. And then gyrocopters are coming in with the bombs. Slightly inaccurate, but I do have a few charges of that. One more on this unit. Doesn't seem to be using it. Perfect angle as well. Those are the great swords. And there we go. Bombardment. 4 units. And some more cannons summoned to just fire into that blob. Another unit coming in. We have a Hellstone rocket battery. A regular one, not a Sunmaker. Did I miss some bob drums? No, I didn't. He still has 2. Let's go. Lining it up. Not as perfect as it could have been. Like, just drop it around here on 2 units of great swords, and it would be absolutely devastated, massive value. Still has 1 more. It doesn't have a cooldown. So no reason not to really go for it. But the battle is still somewhat close. It's just within 1,000 value. So dwarves have lost a unit of longbeards and a unit of miners with blasting charges. And that has been traded for 2 units of outriders. No, okay, one's here. Barely alive, but still alive and kicking. Gyrocopters have taken some damage, but haven't lost a single model yet. Karl Franz, not above his Deathclaw or whatever he's called. Thunder is not targeting Karl Franz. He needs to get out of there or get in. Also, that's some friendly fire and a half. There's so many units you could shoot, and you choose the one that is engaged with you. That could be very smart with B66 part. I was like, okay, he's shooting this unit, let me just engage it, and maybe he forgets about it, and he actually forgets about it, and then he friendly fires his own spearmen. And some more spearmen in the back, and some swordsmen in the process as well. Then Griff Knives to Halberds. That's another highly valuable unit that Michael Pontifex has brought onto the battlefield. Point 3 has been captured in the meantime. So point advantage is going to now increase for the dwarves, and he's going to get ahead. So Michael needs to figure something out. Sitting in a crossfire of the main dwarf army and the cannons and the gyrocopters is not necessarily the best of ideas, as Karl Franz is going down. He just cannot escape. He's either getting sniped by all the gyrocopters or by the thunder, Thunderers. He's sort of running towards his main formation, towards his crossbowmen and artillery. Artillery now having picked a much better target, doesn't friendly fire anymore. Gyrocopters are just closing in on Count Franz, chasing him down, also harassing the crossbowmen in the process. Are they going to melee? No, they aren't going to melee. Yeah, they're just sniping Count Franz and he's about to go down. The main bulk of the Empire forces have engaged the Dwarven front line, and in such an engagement, also when I have a slight but still significant height advantage, they have a high ground because height advantage is not necessarily the word I was going for. If you look at it, they are almost equal thanks to the high ground. But just as Anakin, Michael Pontifex is trying it, and just as Anakin, he might be losing a few limbs in the process. Although I don't have the Blood for the Blood Gods DLC enabled, so I won't see any dismemberments.
They aren't even major.
Anyway,
Like,
gyrocopters were on top of
very
the...
disappointing.
Gyrocopters were on top of the Hell Storm Rocket Battery, but they have been routed with handgunners, so finally the correct answer to gyrocopters. But it is very much too little too late, as the difference now is 5,000. So now my question is, how the hell did this battle take so long? Were they lagging? Unless there are some crazy developments. Michael is probably going to fight until the very end. Like, most people would just give up this battle right now, because there's no way he's winning from this. But, well, we'll see. His Council Rocket Battery is racking up some value. 700, almost 800 now. Yeah, there we go. So, as long as Council Rocket Battery uses all of its ammunition, which is harder for it, because it's not a Sunmaker. So that's all 4 pieces. But he constantly needs to have a unit of handgunners right next to it, because otherwise this will happen. Exactly. And I guess the rocket battery is gone. Bye-bye. So that's another high value unit that has been absolutely obliterated. The Great Lords summoned in between 3 units of gyrocopters. That's 2,000 value in here, 700 value in here, 1.6 over here. And this unit will go down to the handgunners, or maybe not. It's still 6 models out of 12. Empire now losing control of point number 1. So we'll have a triple cap and 5 minutes until the Dwarven victory. But I can do something they probably didn't do, and just speed it up and see what happens. Because, yeah, now the difference is 7,000. It's like triple the advantage on the value on the field. Americans of Halberds versus the Lord, Thorak Ironbrow. He is large, so they'll do well. Somewhat. They're doing some damage, getting some nice value. Gyrocopters constantly obliterating yet another unit of greatswords. Just swords, more and more swords are just being summoned and just summoned directly into the meat grinder of the gyrocopters and other dwarven units. Gyrocopters still hanging around. 3,000 value on this guy. He's almost out of ammunition, almost out of HP, but still 9 out of 12 models. That's some very equally spread damage on that unit. Everything's just routing as soon as it is being summoned. But we just got to, like, you know, at least appreciate the fact that Michael doesn't give up, even in such a situation. Maybe I need to tell him, yo, Michael, listen, you can just press escape and concede defeat. You know that's an option, right?
No.
He also doesn't seem to know that Empire can bring mages, and that if he used a Burning Head or 2 in there, or maybe a Net of Amentok versus the gyrocopters, so that he can then use crossbowmen against them. But it is a 1-0 for B6A6, a very, very convincing victory to start the tournament well. So we'll see how both of them develop for the tournament. And we have another replay already prepared. Berserk versus Martinez. So Berserk here, ever since the first tournament, participating in both the Domination and Land Battles tournaments. Didn't participate in the 3-for-all. I don't know if he just didn't want to, or maybe he just wasn't available when that happened. But I definitely asked him back then, but I just don't remember. It was back in April. It was just merely 2 months ago, but so many things have happened since then. Not necessarily in SUNTZU League, but just in my personal life. So going to like one tournament a month is the pace I can handle. And well, 2 tournaments a month when it's in the finals, so it's once half a year. Okay, let's focus on the battle ahead. We've got Berserk versus Martinez, Norska versus Warrior of Chaos. Norska with a double Frost Worm, or rather Chaos Frost Dragon, because they changed the name of it. Anyway, we've got the Cold Voider, the Regiment of Renown, and then the regular one, and Frog. Paired up with some more of the Spearmen, just to fill up the space, and some more of the Horsemasters. 2 units, 3 units. Well, 1 versus 3 here in the center. Horseman and Horsemaster mix from the Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos have Archeon the Ever-Chosen on his mighty steed, accompanied by Chaos Knights of Khorne. That must look absolutely majestic. Let's go.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the
They do have a victory point. So anyway, somewhat of an equal exchange, which is kind of surprising given that it was a 3v1 in here. But now they're getting some damage onto the dragon as well. 60 gold value of damage dealt to it. And point number 2 captured for the Warriors of Chaos, contested now by Norska. Point number 3 in the possession of Berserk and his Norska. And point number 1 not secured yet, but soon will be by the Warriors of Chaos. So obviously the UI is bugged over here, it's gonna turn red. There we go. Not confusing at all. And then just slow skirmishes for now. We've got Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons in here. So both players bringing super high value units, Skull Crushers of Khorne as well. And some units of culture, that's for sure. So we're gonna see Skull Crushers and Chosen versus the Chaos Dragons. I'll see who comes out on top. Chaos Dragons should do well against infantry. They do have their magical breaths, which I think Berserk is lining up now. That's a perfect angle to launch it now. There's also the Puke from Frog. Come on, Berserk, just breath of him. There we go. Still lining it up. Kind of missed the chance, but he sent 2 units of more the Horsemasters to grab point number 1 on the side. Point number 2 is also under his control with just this Martyr Spearmen. Well, they're not going to be alive for long. And maybe Berserk is waiting with his breaths for after the Chosen are engaged in melee. Also already received quite a lot of damage from Frog.
victory point.
There we go, here's the also Burning Head and double Puke. There we go, very nicely done. Both Chosen suffering huge damage, but yeah, the Marauders are already done. Stood no chance against the Chosen. And now Skull Crush is also involved in the fight on the right flank. We've got Archeon trying to chase down Frog, but thinking better of it after some careful reconsideration. So, Warriors of Chaos control point number 2 again. And Berserk is very cautious with his dragons. He doesn't want to commit them too early and risk losing them before probably using all the breaths. He's got 1 left over here. and 2 left over here. So I must have missed one of the breaths earlier on. But that was absolutely beautiful. Burning head across some units, and then 2 breaths simultaneously from both dragons. And that's a huge spam of Murder Horsemasters and Murder Horsemen. Trying now to recapture point number 1. And definitely do have a local advantage over here. So the point is going to be flipped. But Berserk answers by coming in to point number 2. And has slightly higher weight. But the difference isn't anything really that we'll be able to capture it anytime soon. But that's another puke from Frog onto the Chosen, so huge value. He hasn't seen any direct combat, but already has almost 500 value just from these 2 pukes alone. Copious Vomit, 1 more use left. Frog is now going to be engaged by Skulkers of Khorne. They are anti-large, so Frog wisely retreats. Maybe it's not nice, it will be used to screen him, but no, he's also running away with them. And some Chaos Trolls also got in engagement with Murder Horsemasters. So Berserk is winning his option. He has a slight advantage, and that's a final transmutation. No, that's Plague of Rust. Okay, sure. Plague of Rust and Skulkers of Khorne lowering their armor now, piling up the dragon and everything else. That was friendly fire, if I've ever seen one. But a massive engagement now. That's a burning head in the middle of nowhere somehow. Where the hell was it cast? Well, not on Berserk's units, that's for sure, but it's going across them now, slightly into the Warriors of Khorne. But a massive engagement. Frog down to half HP, 1 Chaos Dragon in there as well involved, landing a huge hit on Archaon right now. The Troll with Breath just on top of everything. I think it largely missed Archaon, mostly damaged the Trolls, which they will be able to heal. So not the best for sure. Probably aiming that Chosen of Khorne would have been better. Or even the Cavalry. That's another... Oh, there we go, that's the final transmutation, yep. And upgraded as well. On both Chosen and Archaon. That's a really good cast. And Searing Doom is also being cast. The Searing Doom could... Oh, Archaon has Searing Doom. I was like, yeah, they must have Fire Caster, whereas... Okay, that was fast. That could have still went either way, what the hell? Oh, I'm a little bit disappointed that he just gave up so easily so early. Because that was still close on the side. It's like, sure, Berserk did have an advantage, sure. But still. Anyway. We are back. Let's see how many replays I have missed. There's one from Serka. So that's quarterfinal match number 1. The quarterfinal match number 2. We do have a second replay from that as well. So that is quarterfinal match 2 and battle 2. The quarterfinal match number 3. We do have another replay from there as well. And quarterfinal match number 4. We do have 2 replays. The second battle literally just concluded. They just uploaded as I was loading it up. So yeah, let's get it from Hlidin's perspective. It will be match number 4, battle 1. Now let's get the second one from Flamaster's perspective, since he's the only one who uploaded. That's fine. Okay, we've got quite a lot of replays. We'll just start churning through them after being delayed by some unfortunate technical problems, but in classic IT specialist fashion, obviously they have been fixed by simply restarting the computer. I was like, Google is down, what the fuck? Because everything else worked, but everything that was Google related didn't. So, that was weird.
Have you considered appeasing the machine spirits?
Okay, well. So, what are we watching now? Quarterfinal match number 1. I would like. There we go, that is it. Nerexa as Nurgle versus Chimbambu as Ogre Kingdoms. I lowered the music a little bit. Colin also uploaded the second replay from his perspective, so we got all of the perspectives. Okay.
Yep.
So, let me just check something. Yeah, okay, everything's fine. So we've got Thurika, Nerexa, with Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, and then 2 cultists of... No, actually Kaisk the Befouled, so he's like the special character from the DLC. The Rush in the center. It's also, again, Arbiter's Grounds. As Nurglings going into point number 3, and Nurglings going on to point number 1, just grabbing that early capture weight. The point number 3, he's probably gonna have to bail, or just maybe just sacrifice them. Yeah, he's gonna bail. But he's gonna grab points number 2 and 1 to secure an early advantage. Let's have a look at the Kai's the Befold, because I don't have the DLC, so I don't know what it does. Sword of Filth. Okay, just a debuff, maximum 5 enemies. Has regeneration. Seems to be about it. So the Goon Squad has just charged in into some Noblars. Applying some poison and sundered armor. But also Kai's the Befouled. He applies poison. Who applies sundered armor? It's the other guy. The regular cultist of Nurgle. Nice combo, actually. So poison does all the damage stats and speed, and the other one lowers armor. So yeah, like whatever they attack, they can keep engagements in their team's favor. We've got Pestigors, Plaguebearers of Nurgle, pretty much a standard infantry line, just the middle of the ground, just middle tier units. And then Fogers, obviously, the classic Noblar spam, and then supported by regular Ogre. Although Ogre pistols aren't very common, as they're now targeting the Chaos Sorcerer, dealing some decent damage, but we've got Rot Knights coming in into the Noblar Trappers, then possibly trying to pull through into the Manatees of Ogre Pistols, but either they couldn't or didn't want to pull through, and will now support the engagements in the center around point number 2. Noblar Trappers throwing their stuff in. Plaguebearers, or is it only the Exalted Plaguebearers that have the range ammunition? Flock of Doom coming in. Upgraded. Let's see how much damage it will deal. Also have like, it will deal around 1000 damage. A cool tip. Wow. What if it actually will? More or less, but kind of hard to tell how much damage they have taken from the melee itself over here. But not much. Here's Fury is now coming in, 1 unit. Have been buffed in the recent patch. And have been voted to be limited. Yeah, and there we go, summoned and just thrown at man-eaters with Ogre Pistols. But they also have Lead Belchers. I mean, they will lose, But, or maybe, with the Rot Knights coming in and the Goon Squad of the Foot Cultists and the Lord, the Man-Eaters are actually going to go down pretty quickly. Blood Butchers have a very good target now, but we'll see how long they will be even able to keep shooting at them. Some AoE magic will be very good over here. Let's see if anything other than Flock of Doom. No, but Flock of Doom would still be pretty decent over here. With Man-Eaters with great weapons, anti-large coming in. Everything in here is large for Nurgle.
Ministro, your internet had another stroke, just letting you know.
That's why I'm recording. Yeah, I can see the stroke ends back.
Has been destroyed.
So yeah, everything's fine. The recording will be fine. That's why it is being recorded as well. Well, Nerexa with a slight advantage over here, with 2k on the field more than Shimabu. As he attempts a sneak capture of point number 2, so we've got Plaguebearers of Nurgle with students of Noblars. Noblars will probably not be able to achieve much in there. They also don't have the advantage in capture rate anyway. And Chaos Furies, yeah, just running circles. That's another one unit of Blood Butchers routed and another one engaged. Where are the Rot Knights though? They're over here. They have been routed. Taken quite a lot of damage, but not before dealing a lot of damage themselves. 2.3k value on them. So they paid for themselves and then some. But we also have Man-Eaters with great weapons, who barely took any damage and are already at 2k value. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle has been routed as well. He also is at his healing cap. The cultists are doing fine though, and they still have the regeneration. But that means no spellcasting. Eternal Virulence? Virulence? Virulence. So the Chaos Sorcerer of Lord is probably going to, escape. There's nothing really that can capitalize on it, finish him off. And the value has been brought to around equal. The Lead Butchers have come back and are still dishing out damage. Let's see. Yeah, but the gold value on them is pretty low. They can't really find good targets anymore. And Shimabu with a slight gold advantage at the moment, although Nerexa has 1,000 more to spend. But we'll see if he will be able to re-establish some control of the battlefield. Both players still have some magic left. It's Rancid Visitations upgraded, so the Chaos Sorcerer Lord has unrouted and just used all of its magic to cast Rancid Visitations on the enemy Lord. And although Chimambu is making some progress in terms of goal difference, although it has been somewhat notified by Nerexa now, that didn't really translate into the advantage or just capture of any points. Point number 1, now pressured. Noblars, a small unit of Noblars, capping very slowly, but there are 2 more incoming, Noblars and Augur Bulls. So that's a place to start. If he can establish control of point number 1 and point number 3, he might be able to mount a comeback. Everything is almost routing, is wavering around point number 3 from Nerexa. Chaos Furies are still supporting the area, but a few more blocks of Dooms could turn around, although we have the Angels of Decay, Plague Drones. They don't provide any capture rate, but they can surely rout things and kill things that would cap from the Ogre Kingdoms. Point number 1 isn't going to be defended by Nerexa. There's no point but in doing that. As long as he holds onto 2 points, and soon enough 1 point, he'll be more than fine. So he just needs to keep the level of control he is enjoying right now, and just drive it to victory. You know, Rock Knight's summoned, or maybe probably is still the same unit actually. That was there from the beginning. I thought it was gone, but it's still barely hanging on. Put skin value on them, and now Chaos Fury is coming down. Noblar's routed. The other one, Noblar's, should also follow soon. Tries to foul on his. I have no idea what that is. A boar? I don't know. A boar hound? Looks like a mixture between a boar and a hound. It's another unit of lead vultures, summoned. It should be quite effective against the Angels of Decay, sure. But there's nothing really standing in between them. So the Angels could just dive them. There's some nice crossfire coming in from this unit of lead vultures as well. But it's got its own problems with Pestigors closing in. Point number 3 is going to be flipped, but it might be a little too late. But point number 2 has also been abandoned. Serica does have reinforcements coming in, Nurglings and Pestigors. The Chaos Lord is also in the area with little HP. Well, let's see, that's a double cap, but yeah. Chimambu needs a triple cap, which he is almost achieving. We'll see if the cap will go through. Nurglings are pretty slow. I mean, 34, that's okay. That's the standard speed, and 42 on Pestigors. But they might not make it in time. Point number 2 will be flipped, and that will be triple cap for Ogre Kingdoms. The only question is, for how long will they be able to hold on to it? The Noblar Trappers aren't going to last long with little HP that they have. Ogre Bulls could do well. They're the same value as Pestigors. Holding them nicely on the edge so that they don't count towards the cap weight. And the point has almost been flipped.
Glorious.
But I don't know if the Ogre Bulls are counting. The capture still hasn't gone through. Yeah, they're not counting because now, after Noblar Trappers have routed, the capture isn't going through anymore, but the progress isn't being lost, so as long as you can just put something in there. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Ogre Bulls have now been routed, courtesy to Chaos Furies flanking them from behind, and the control of point number 2 will be reestablished by Serica. Reinforcements from point number 3 aren't coming in, as they will be diverted to trying to salvage the backline. Cultist has been routed. He has plenty of health to just regenerate. Seems to be fine, and will unroute before reaching. Yeah, there we go. Unroute. Rally. There we go. There's a word for it. Well, more reinforcements being summoned by Ogre Kingdoms, but they're just stuck fighting here with a deep dive from Serica. The Engines of Decay is still going strong. 1.6 value on them already, so yeah, also exceeding their value almost. And let's not forget that they also tank and stuff. So now there we go. Units from point number 3 going into point number 2. They will see if they can try to capture it. I mean, they will try definitely. But point number 1 will also be flipped. Serica is using his advantage to resecure the map and don't even risk getting defeated. He's also have 30 Winds of Magic left to use, but his Chaos Sorcerer Lord is chasing off a random unit. Just forget about him. Well, 30 Winds of Magic could go a long way, but he'll probably win even without that. And the Slaughter Master from Ogre Kingdoms has been defeated, so they don't have magic either. I don't know, we're just 50 seconds away from Nerex's Serica's victory. You could just pick one name, but no. So with 2 points being captured for Serica, he'll close it out. They'll just spit it up. We know the fate of these units. They're gonna get surrounded, charge in the back, or just shot, I guess, with throwing axes.
I knew it.
And Serica's going to win. GG, that's 1-0 to Serica. So, let's watch quarterfinal match number 4 now, I guess. Look for it. There we go. That's battle 1. That's Hliden as Cafe versus Flamaster as Korn. But yeah, the battle that we've just seen, that was a pretty good show. But you will a little bit back and forth, although Serika still mostly in control throughout the entire battle. But wow, that's some spiciness in here. We have the war drum, whatever it's called. Oh, there we go. Jungle war drum. It's right on my screen. Yeah. Anyway, then 5 Jade warriors. Ooh, some XP. Jade crossbowmen and some peasant, and also halberdiers. And then Flamaster has Valkia and the Gorgon Regiment of Renown, and also the Bloodthirster Regiment of Renown. I don't know their RR names. And then the Flesh Hounds of Khorne, Chaos Warhounds, and Triple Marauders. Just to finish it off, or top it off. It's a tier 5 unit, 2.3k. Khorne's Bloody Fist. And a Bloodbrood Behemoth Gorgon. And there we go, the hounds are going to be used to early secure a capture point, because why not? Let's have a look at that. Yeah, can you imagine the stench from its mouth? Yikes. And then there's Khorne's Bloody Fist up in the air over here. Going to action now. Yeah, I like the night battles because then the Khorne's like fiery effects look even better. It's more of a contrast. But let's not focus on the visuals too much, as the battle is slowly starting. Cafe opening fire with Jade Warriors, crossbowmen on the Flesh Hounds of Khorne, who easily dodged most of them. Most of the projectiles. Point number 2 is not going to be flipped, but still, got some points, nice points, exactly 69 as I was looking at it. And Behemoth in position behind his little tower, or whatever it's building. To screen from the missiles, maybe trying to lure the Cafe in, but Cafe doesn't really have a reason to move. Has a very good position. The war drum is pretty slow, so it's just best as Cafe. Stay in formation. And Khorne, apart from the skull cannon, doesn't have any artillery, and he probably didn't bring any skull cannons. So yeah, Khorne will just have to find an angle and launch a brutal attack. And I think the sooner the better, because you're just allowing for Cafe to keep reinforcing its formation. And then it'll just get stronger and stronger the longer you wait. So, advantage to Hliden early on. The Bloodbrood Behemoth. Oh, Cafe is getting greedy with that cavalry. But they can very easily just run away. Shouldn't be a problem. 95 speed, 90, 78. So, the Chaos Warhounds and Flesh Hounds of Khorne could chase down, maybe not Peasant Horsemen, but the Jade Lancers. But Jade Lancers are close to the main formation. Xiaoming also fancies his chances. We also have the Onyx Crowman, or Empress Crowman, with the Nangao grenades. But the Chaos Furies summoned last second. Maybe that was a trap somewhat. But the Onyx Crowman definitely don't want to fight in melee, they just want to use their grenades. The Chaos Furies are 20 units of speed faster. I don't know, meters per second or whatever that is. Only one Empress Crowman lost, as Zhao Ming's sight scares off the Chaos Furies. Point number 3 will be retained by Khorne. He's still amassing more and more troops. Chaos Furies are absolutely crucial in an engagement like this because they will be able to dive the crossbowmen, preventing them from dealing any significant damage. And you really want them focused and or disabled, because otherwise they'll just focus the very highly valuable monsters. But I'm still wondering what the hell is Korn waiting for. He's amassing 2k, so there might be something especially spicy in the reinforcements. But what else could be there? There are 3 single entities a limit. So there's Valkia, Korn's Bloody Fist, and the Bloodbird Behemoth. Wouldn't be like, you know, the Skull Crushers. Maybe Minotaurs, if he wants to summon a few units at the same time. Fighters would definitely be good. There are some anti-large options, obviously, on the campaign roster. And there's more of them being summoned, more Peasant-Long Spearmen. Just to plug in the gaps and or just rather reinforce the front line. And there we go, 2 Cultists of Khorne and Bloodletters of Khorne. The Exalted Bloodletters have that super cool ability of Hellblade. I really like it. Okay, looks like Khorne is launching his attack. By Khorne, I mean Flamaster. There's first backline, waiting. Both players on their position. I feel like I'm casting a fucking golf match in here. Nothing is happening. I'm supposed to be like super hype, yeah, explosions, charges, everything. No, just formations moving. Reinforcements being summoned. Okay, summoning a Grand Cannon. Oh, might be too late for the Grand Cannon. I mean, it will reach with its range very soon, but it will be very easily diveable by some Chaos Furies, and even more resources will need to be committed to their defense. Because Warhounds already spotted that move, that salmon. They will be ready, but there's some cavalry to counter that. Like Scroman, the regular unit there as well. Elemental instability. Okay, there we go. Fight is starting, and Onyx Scroman or Empress Scroman dropping their grenades. Nice value there for a second. Cannons also unleashing their devastating fire. Zhao Ming versus the Bloodfister. Khorne's Bloody Fist. There we go. See some action in there. Zhao Ming just is hanging in the air and just taking hits without landing any in return. Already down to like 75% HP. Onyx Scroman now versus Chaos Furies. Chaos Furies doing very, very nice there. Another unit of Chaos Furies landing in the Grand Cannons, shutting them down completely. But there are units to defend them there. There's another unit of Chaos Furies in there, together with Valkia. Cannons are shooting, and they are landing shots onto Khorne's Bloody Fist. Zhao Ming has escaped that duel and is now diving after the Bloodborne Behemoth, that Brood Behemoth, who is really in its... it is anti-large, so it will do well against Zhao Ming. Speaking of doing well, Zhao Ming is already down to below half HP. Just wherever he goes, he just loses. Both of these huge monsters equipped with anti-large, 25 or 30 bonus. It's hugely, hugely powerful. Yeah, good value. Haven't lost much yet. So they're almost traded equal with slight advantage. Cultists now summoning more Bloodletters. At least I think so. Yeah, these guys are summoned. Jade Lance is now coming in, trying to reinforce the front line, and we'll just buy some time for Crossbowmen to retreat and get in some positions. Valkia now in a fight against Peasant Horsemen. That's a pretty good thing, because Valkia could just deal absolutely devastating damage by diving after Zhao Ming, who... there we go, he's over here. And Zhao Ming is just going to bring himself to Valkia. He has a Death Wish, I think. He's got to do something with Zhao Ming, but just performs really, really badly against Valkia, Khorne's Bloody Fist, and the Bloodbird Behemoth. That's another unit of Bloodless of Khorne summoned by the Cultist. Yeah, the Caffeine formation is crumbling. Although there's still... most of the formation is enjoying that harmony buff, but it is slowly fading away. I would like to see just more Jet Lions or Jade Lions, whichever is the one with Yin harmony. Yeah, yep. Their war drum is being... oh, nice. I didn't even see it coming, and I don't think Clayton didn't see it either, because holy shit, yeah, that obliterated 2 units. The war drum is gone, but harmony buff isn't, so I guess it's only Scroman providing it. Yep, Empress Scroman specifically. So wherever they go, they'll have the harmony buff. There's some harmony buff here. Yeah, the only Scroman are providing it. So at least there's that. And they're fast, so they are able to apply it wherever it's needed. So not a bad combination. The Chaos Furies are performing better than that, and cannons have been shut down, only 200 value on them. So I guess they can still return to their artillery pieces. There's more storming coming in to chase the Furies off. And Echleden has a slight advantage in the value. He's also at over 1,000 points already, 3 minutes away from victory. His final transmutation being cast on all 3 best targets. But it is ground-based, so they can just run away from the circle and stop suffering the damage, if I'm correct. But instead, Cultist walks into it and gets damage on as well. So Zhao Ming finally, after changing his form, just with a single spell, probably got like 2,000 value, because I doubt he got it in melee. And that's a miss and a half. That wasn't even close. Let's see how the monsters are doing. Korn's Bloody Fist, 1.3k value, and has lost similar amount of HP, so trading equally. And the same for the Blood Brood Behemoth. Valkia doing slightly better for herself, trading up in general. But if from such single entity monsters, you would expect a little bit more. That being said, the Blood Brood Behemoth is regenerating. Crossbow Fist isn't. There we go. He gets damage resistance when there are large enemies in his range that are diving after Zhou Ming. They just cast another final transmutation. That's short cooldown, but that's a regular cast, not the overcast. So it wasn't anywhere near as effective. But I guess it was a desperate cast, knowing that Zhou Ming could die any second now. Should have had enough winds of magic for the overcast, actually. Either way, Zhou Ming is being routed. But in general, Horn's forces have run out of steam. And Echleden is at almost a 2k advantage right now. So despite a very impressive offensive with double cultists summoning the bloodletters and everything, and very impressive large monsters, but a Korn's Bloody Fist is going down after dealing 1.7k of value. So not that good. The Blood Behemoth is still going on, but we do have the Regiment of Renowned Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen coming in. And they should shut down the Behemoth really quickly. Yep, that's massive damage per volley, and they're reloading pretty fast as well. Oh, but it's the kind of illusion because half of the unit is shooting it and the other half. And that's the Behemoth gone after dealing 2k value. So again, decent, but just not good enough. From such powerful single entity monsters, you are expecting a little bit more. Valkyrie is diving after Zhou Ming, but that really won't do much. It's up 5 HP. The Valkyrie cannot land a final hit. At least he gets a Lord duel victory, I guess. Nice. And he's dead.
The enemy has slain our lord.
That was a nice animation, I guess. The consolation prize. I wouldn't call it a duel because Zhou Ming just got absolutely shot on by both the single entity monsters, which was impressive. Very well done by both players. Really nice battle. But Glidden in his cafe reigns superior at the end of the day. Not sure about the war drum. Obviously, damage gold as value is not a metric you should go by. But it went down pretty quickly. Then again, do you really expect those single entity monsters when fighting against Khorne? Not really. Miatas didn't get summoned, huh? Echoes didn't do much, but I guess their summoned bloodletters could have performed slightly better. It's not going to be included. Jade Warriors, I would say they underperform from what I see. Then again, the single entity monsters are pretty effective at clearing infantry, so there's that. The cannon, absolute waste. And absolutely glorious values on these guys. Yeah, really nice. Anyway, let's not dwell on it too much, because we have lots of replays. Okay, Arcleon. I've watched a single battle from each of the quarterfinals, but is there a quarterfinal that has already concluded?
Yes, there is. Berserk versus Martinius.
Okay.
Berserk versus Pontifex is complete. Also, Michael Pontifex versus B6 is also concluded. So we're halfway there. Well, more than halfway.
Okay, can you just bang the winners in the semifinals and losers in the fifth bracket so they know where to go?
Sure. Sure. I was going to do that when we actually have a match, but because right now they're just waiting.
Okay, I see. I'll just bang them ahead of time, I guess.
Okay.
And I'm just downloading replays now. I think I have this replay. But Michael and B686 uploaded only 2 replays. You said it was over. Ark?
Yes?
You said Michael versus B686 was over, but they only uploaded
Yes.
2 replays.
Because Michael conceded the last one.
Oh, okay, I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not taking a 3-0."
Well, Glidden and Flamaster are also finished. So the only quarterfinal that's still ongoing is Serika versus Chimambu, right? Arc, we do have a semi-final and a 5th place match. It's Berserk. It's a 3-1. Ooh. Yeah, let's update the bracket. Yeah, okay, you're doing that.
Okay. Yep. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it on stream because we need to catch up essentially to what is happening live. So we're gonna have Berserk vs Leiden once more. That's a matchup we've seen so many times, and it always delivers. Both of them are very good cooks, or I would even dare to say, chefs. Then we have Flammaster vs Martinius over here. And Michael will play whoever loses between Serika and Chimambu, and B66 will win. Will fight whoever wins there. We'll look at replays. For my name. So match 1 I have all 3. Match 2 I have all 3. Or rather, all 2. Match 3 I have all 4. And match 4 I have all 3. Okay, so I have all the replays. So there's that. So, while we wait, might as well watch some. Leiden vs Flammaster delivered really nicely. Berserk with Martinius. Martinius managed to win one, but I don't know which one. So this is Berserk vs Martinius. So we've watched this one. Norska versus Chaos Warriors. Then we have Littleman vs Slanesh. See what I have. Okay, like they have 2 Soul Grinders of Slanesh. 2 Bastions of Ark of Sotek. Not very spicy, I would say. Block here over here. Sources of Fire, so Crane Gunners. So that's a lot of ranged units. There's a Medusa in here as well. No Horn of Morn. No Dragon Slayers. Double Ancient Salamander as well. Taken out from Tim de Walder's book. Let's go for this one. Could be spicy. I think that this might be the one that Martinius won. There's lots of ranges for Berserk. Martinius has lots of armor. Double cannons to start and crane gunners, so that's huge range. The Haunted Vale is pretty good map for cannons. Very little obstructions. Okay, we're on the battlefield. Let me not be a noob And move the bracket from the view. Okay. So Dark Riders versus Peasant Horsemen already meeting in the middle. Point number 1. Dark Riders would win. They're running away from the cannons of the train gunners. Not necessarily the best of ideas, because if they just engaged melee, then that fire would have turned into friendly fire. Let's see where that fireball is going. Into the cannons. Did it destroy one of the cannons? Yes, it did. Nice. Very effective spell. Very cost effective, I guess. How much mana is it? Just 5 for destroying one cannon. Probably a short cooldown as well. God damn it. 29 seconds cooldown. Yeah. In the early phase, that's pretty good. Okay, Dark Elves begin their harassment. Some flaming cannon shots landing in the trees. God damn it, they have great accuracy when it comes to hitting trees. What the hell is this tree? Just eats up all the damage. Here's another fireball. And another cannon destroyed. Very nice, Berserk. Very well done. Trying to snipe Lokirna Dragon. Don't think that will happen. So Berserk with very slight early advantage. He also harassing the enemy lines with his Dark Riders with the crossbows. But stop doing that. There aren't any new ranges from the side of Grand Cafe. There's not a fireball coming in. And another cannon gone. As simple as that. Dark Rise kind of being sacrificed as a lure for Peasant Horsemen, I guess. Yeah, there were Peter Crossbowmen and Dark Shards landing a very decent volleys. And is obliterating half of Peasant Horsemen within a single volley. Still, only 10 of them died. HP is gone and they are routed off the field. And they're back. And another fireball. So there'll be half of the artillery gone. Yep. 500. And for just 20 winds of magic. I feel like that's pretty decent. I've got the Righteous Lances of Weijin. And I guess Cafe got bored of being harassed with fireballs, so it went forward and attacked, but that loses them the Harmony buff. And here comes a bombardment spell, Searing Doom. Now runs Thunderbolt. Or something like that. Some friendly fire, but wasn't as bad. And yeah, Jedi Warriors easily win against Bleak Swords. Brain Gunner is also doing pretty alright, although they're almost out of ammunition. Well, almost. They used half of their ammunition. They're on course of being cost effective. And now, a lot more riders. Do they have... No, they don't, but they have armor piercing, they just don't have anti-large. But yeah, they're doing pretty well against Locke here. Trading up for sure. Yeah, Locke is getting wrecked actually. Whoa, that was it targeting. Oh, that was a fireball, but this time it's Celestial Dragon Guard. I think Flaming Head or Burning Head would be pretty good over here. Could hit up to like 3 to 4 units. That's another Thunderbolt, armor piercing against Bleak Swords. I don't have that much armor. but still pretty effective, I guess. And now Longboarders are getting raided by the Harpies? What? They're getting raided by something else. Maybe by the Dark Shards and the crossbows. But they got absolutely obliterated. Still, dealt very decent damage. So they are going to get their warp out. Look here. Lost 900. But only dealt 400 back, or almost 500. With the Lord Magistrate diving in. Kind of a useless place for the Lord. I also have Inspired Assault, Inspired Marksmanship. Yeah. Those very cool abilities. The cannons have been dove by the Dark Riders. We had 2 cannons left, so there was that. And half of the ammunition. So nice done, eliminating them. Both Dark Riders with very good values. And now Martinez tries to unsummon them. But they're still very, very close in terms of gold as value. And it's also all over the place. Such as you would expect, I guess, from massively ranged heavy army. And those ranges are engaged in melee. Against only Strowman, against Peasant Log Spearmen. Yeah, just push cheap crap at them. And if you just overwhelm them with numbers, they can't shoot. That being said, Martial Prowess has been activated. So the Bleak Swords are going to get a slight boost to their performance. Cold One Knights. No, that's not necessarily the best of ideas to push them against Lesser Dragon Guard. And now they're going to retreat towards fighting some Peasant Horsemen. A much better target for them. There is a Burning Head going across the Emperor Strowman. They are trying to shut down the Bloodrock Medusa, who has just been summoned. There we go, they disintegrated. Let's see what the Medusa will be able to achieve once it gets closer to the enemy. Look here, with his regeneration, he's fine. With the regeneration as it stands now, he is just barely cost effective. Well, I'm saying cost effective, but tanking also brings value, it's just not being shown. It was in Arena, there we go, superior game. The battle has been going on for some time, but we also got to have to look at points, which are in Berserk's favor. Controls 2 points versus Cafe's only 1. And he's 5 minutes away from victory on points. Medusa won't be really using her ranged attacks, it seems, just went straight into melee. I don't think she's that good in melee. Oh well, she's slithering through some Jade Warriors and doing fine, but well, Jade Warriors were never really going to pose a threat against her. Another Uranus Thunderbolt cast. And a Berserk with slight advantage now. Slowly securing that further and further. And now with triple cap going for a faster victory. He is answering with fresh cannon summon. But point number 1 actually could be flipped, but that's going to be a very nice Burning Head. Let's see if it curves just right. No, it doesn't, but still. I mean, okay, those are Peasant Spearmen, so not necessarily the most impressive, but the cannons are getting some really nice shots against the Balrog Medusa, who is now finally using her range capabilities against the Onyx Strowman. And try to snipe it. No, it seems like they're going after the Dark Riders with their crossbows. Just driving by, flying by at the Medusa. But now they're being chased off by the Dark Riders. Cannons, though, continue to pound the Medusa. And point number 3 has been regained by Cafe. Point number 2 fell down as well. But still, it is victory for Berserk, so Martinez needs a triple cap, if only for a minute, but still, to even be considered for a victory. But this guy is getting wrecked, absolutely wrecked by cannons. So, that should be pretty good value in them. Consider also that they have been summoned for a second time though. But still, Medusa already suffered like 500 gold worth of damage. And continues to suffer even more. Lord, oh no, that's an Astromancer, yeah. As soon as Lockyer goes up at the Astromancer, he's done for. Also another Fireball, very accurate spell. And a Berserk is going to have none of it. Recapture point number 3, bring his victory even closer. 2 minutes, 40 seconds away now. The new point he doesn't control is point number 2, but there's nothing around that area from Cafe that could possibly contest it. Although Berserk doesn't contest it very hard himself, Cavalry is just passing through. Go to the Medusa and Sorceress. That should secure it soon enough. Medusa just pounding the ground now. Was positioned very nicely behind the building, preventing the cannons from shooting, but now she has gone out, but Berserk is using some dodges, and there we go. Martinez admitted defeat, so he must have won the second battle, not this one. But it's still a pretty decent battle. Although Cafe got out of formation. And that's probably mostly why it's lost. I think it was a little bit impatient. Scrap 2 points, just like Glidden did. Hold your formation, apply your harmony buffs as much as possible. That's the key to victory as Cafe. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, looks like Chibambu and Serika also just finished. I haven't reported the score yet. In the meantime, let me prepare some drafts to show on the screen. Okay. So Serika won 3-1. So he's going to face B66 in the other semi-final.
I was about to ping them. Yeah, I was just answering some questions in chat. Took a little lunch.
Questions in chat. I don't see any questions in chat.
Oh no, they DM'd those to me.
I see. It's not really double elimination, it's actually triple elimination. Also not really elimination because you're never at any point eliminated from the tournament, you just finish the tournament. Anyway, that brings us to semifinals. So let's watch the drafts. So this draft for semifinal number 1 between Silicon Rexa and B6A6. There we go. I just started. Dwarves was the first ban, and then Kislev. I don't know if dwarves are that OP after removing the Thunder Barge and even limiting the gyrocopters. Though the gyrocopters did obliterate Michael earlier on. Okay, Kislev Empire being banned. Just all the OP recently buffed factions. Ancient greenskins. I don't know if it was lag or something. Maybe my internet kind of does that. But anyway, Nurgle first pick. It's quite unusual. Grand Cafe is up. I like that. Beastman, top tier. Also Wood Elves. Hello. Like, so you know, this doesn't count to like win rate on Total Tavern thingy. You can pick Wood Elves, it's fine. It's season finals. Just do it. Pick Wood Elves. Okay, Beastman. Speaking of top tier factions, Tomb Kings and Skaven definitely are in those. What the hell? What the hell am I witnessing? Yeah, there are definitely some lags because now suddenly Dark Elves, Demons of Chaos, and Vampire accounts appeared. Grand Cafe, and there we go, Wood Elves, finally. Maybe he knows B6A6 doesn't play Wood Elves, so just waited with the last, with them for the last pick. And, you know, secure higher contested picks later, oh sorry, earlier. And B6A6 is going to finish up his draft with Slanesh. So actually that means Martinius won with Slanesh against Berserk. Okay, let's look at the second draft now. That already happened like a few minutes ago. Actually like 20 minutes ago. And yeah, hopefully Helene and Berserk are now in their first battle. At least they decided the map and the factions. But we're gonna get to that. Oh, it's another replay, obviously. But we'll still probably watch one more quarterfinal match, battle. Greenskins, banned by Berserk, Kislev Singe by Hliden. I mean, Dwarf ban is a pretty obvious ban against Hliden, so I would just ban like Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves even. But instead Berserk is banning Wood Elves. Just now gone into a battle, as they're saying, already good luck, have fun. Also, the bot is back after the technical difficulties. Say a little bit. Hey, it works. But why does it say stream offline? It would also not allow me to speak if the stream was actually offline. Weird. And hopefully you're getting your points for watching. Well, Demons of Chaos picked up by Berserk. Also Nurgle and Empire to round out the bans. So dwarves haven't been banned. But there you go, Flynn had to wait, I think, like whole 20 seconds before picking dwarves. Also Grand Cafe, already having secured a victory with those earlier. Also similar playstyle on both factions. Berserk also being the pioneer of Demons of Chaos. But I don't think that is a highly contested pick. So Berserk, historically, had the upper hand in this match, or matchup, versus Chliden. But Chliden never was like very far away and always gave us good battles. So depending on draft, if Chliden just has straight up better factions, he might take it. But yeah, between the three, Serica, Berserk and Chliden, I can see either of them winning the entire tournament. We'll see how B6A6 performs against Serica, because Michael he obliterated, but Serica is a different league. So Beastman for Berserk, now picking up some top tier factions there. Let's see what Chliden could pick. He could pick High Elves, that would be nice. But I don't think he would. Warriors of Chaos, yeah, there we go. Maybe Lizardman? Ogre Kingdoms, Norska, still possibility. Obviously Chaos Dwarves. Just saying. Yeah, I would say Chaos Dwarves probably the most likely. Hey, there we go. And now for Berserk. He likes Norska, he likes Khorne. But also goes Slanesh. Also he banned Nurgle himself. Well, he's the big Nurgle enjoyer. I wouldn't mind seeing some Bretonnia. That would be nice. Khorne, very, very last second. Okay. There's one more pick. Norska, probably, yeah, Norska, Ogre Kingdoms, Lizardman, one of those three. The top tier factions that are left. He is really thinking hard about it, down to the last second. Norska it is. Well, I guess Ogre or Lizardman. Yeah, what would suit like Chlidin's place? I would still claim like High Elves, sort of. But they're just not that strong in the meta. Bretonnia, okay, let's go. I wanted to see some Bretonnia, maybe we will, depending on what they'll pick. Okay, so now the finals or semi-finals are underway. Flamaster and Martinis are also playing, seems like, yeah. And then Chimbambu seems like he has withdrawn from the tournament. Is that correct? Mark, hello?
Yes.
Is that a yes as an answer to my question, or yes, what
No.
were you saying?
Yes, what we're saying.
Did Chimbambu withdraw from the tournament?
Yes. He did.
I guess Michael is getting a bye to the next round to 5th
Yep.
place match.
Yeah, you know, best of fives, especially 3 of them, is quite a lot for most people.
Yeah, well, regular tournaments are best of 3s and best of 5s this last round, but there's one more round. So the overall time commitment is still roughly the same. Anyway, let's go into a replay. So we've watched 2 replays from Berserk, but only one from Lydon. So this is... Oh, it was a 3-0, right? Yeah. We've seen this one. Okay, let's watch Lydon play his dwarves, I guess. Let's see what he does with the new units that are available. Okay, so as far as new units go, in his main army, he has 2 Dragon Slayers. Apart from that, everything is old, I guess. But what is that gun? It's a flame cannon, right? Yeah. There's nothing new there. And Flamaster has... Is it a Warble? Gorble, I think, yeah. War Gore. These names, dude. Anyway, the melee hero. I think there is a Gorble, so it's Wargore and Gorble, and went for the
We
Wargore.
have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
And also Taurox and lots of Sendigors. The Butchers of Kalkingrad being sent solo. That's quite uncommon, but looks like Helenge is not going to be interested in point number 3 at all, so Flamaster is going to grab it for free. And Helenge is going to establish some artillery on top of that mini hill on point number 1. Flame cannons, short range into 140, but that's just about the distance between points number 1 and 2. So, by setting them up on point number 1, he'll be able to make sure point number 2 also falls under his control later on in the battle. But for now, early advantage to the Beastmen. So, both armies are just taking their positions. Flame cannons are still being pushed. Oh yeah, they actually don't see the Ongar Riders, they are hidden. Then we have some Tsangors, they do have the barrier, so they could possibly tank a shot. But that would be about it. Flame cannons are dialed in. It certainly look impressive. But I just about punched through the barrier and dealt very, very minor damage. Would have been far more impressive if the barrier wasn't there. Oh, these Grenadiers are spotted. That's interesting. The flame cannons are going to be repositioned. And Sendigors with throwing axes committed. Getting some cheap damage onto the Dragon Slayer. And the Root of Slowness has been cast, but that really won't do much. Yeah, Dragon Slayer, they have Death Blow. Known ability, yeah, when they are below 20% HP, they hit harder. Slayer, Fangy, and being unbreakable, yeah. So, nothing new really, just a powerful anti-large hero. But, seems to suck at taking fire. Speaking of taking fire, these guys are taking it, but really not taking it. They barely suffered any damage. That looked way more impressive visually than it was actually effective. I wonder if it's like, oh, it hits the tree, therefore the projectile is stopped, but like the actual visual is still going through. Knowing CA, that could be really possible. Anyway, harpies being summoned to dive onto the flame cannons. The crew now leaving, trying to run away, but that's not necessarily the best of ideas because that just exposes them to a second unit of harpies. How they have realized it, but a little bit too late. And now they will be very quickly cut down without any protection. So really well played there by Flamaster to eliminate the flame cannons nice and early. And they got barely 39 value. And the minus blasting charges might have actually hurt their own units quite a bit as well. Yeah, that's guild friendly at least. 4 on each. So not much. I did go up a little bit now with that second volley of blasting charges. So that's Corals, also a ranged unit just caught in the front line somehow. We've got the Long Dronk's Slayer Pirates. It's not a regiment of renown, right? No, it is. It has like a purple.
It is.
It's just okay. It's just bugged. The name is bugged. Yeah, whatever. Long Dronk. We've got a big battle over here. Flamethrowers, so Iron Drakes, yeah, also absolutely obliterated. Did fuck all. Investigator Herd, doing pretty alright. Blasting Charges obviously performing really well, as they always do, pretty much. Doing better than Longbeards, that's for sure. Slayer is now chasing off the Butchers of Kalkengrad, but the Butchers are faster. Actually, just very slightly. 59 to 58. So they could keep Slayers on top of them, plus they're less tired. But the Butchers are now diving after the Long Drunk Slayer Pirates. Not sure that's the best of ideas. Let's see how they perform. Yeah, that was just a miss. Yeah, that volley was very underwhelming, and now the Butchers are in them. They don't have any anti-large bonuses. Taurus the Brass Bull is going to join. But there are actual Slayers right behind, and a Dragon Slayer as well. So yeah, being surrounded by Slayers as Vantors, not the best of ideas. And those are the Long Drunk Slayer Pirates in the side. But yeah, the other guys definitely don't. There's another Slayer Pirate, Dragon Slayer in here. In the meantime, Dwarves have launched an attack on point number 2, but it was mercifully stopped. And now that force can shift and maybe support the Butchers. We're almost down, but the Wargore has joined Taurox in here. Butchers can regenerate, but they should be escorted off the battlefield by some Slayers. Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. Hledan is committing and making sure that they do not return. Sovereign is done. Taurox is now just in the front lines, as they have been re-established and redrawn. As the Butchers leave, actually it's Dragon Slayer who just escorts them. As the Slayers have shifted and gone after a fresh unit of Minotaurs, there we go, Butchers are gone. Dragon Slayer can now rejoin and maybe look to hand down Taurox. In a twist of events, I guess, the Dwarves have somewhat won the duel, or the fight, skirmish, in the forest around here. Though it was mostly just units leaving and going other places. And the other place is point number 3, actually for both parties involved, as these units are also half dead. But advantage here to Glidden, so he should secure it without any problems. As he needs to get the score back under his control, though it isn't anything dire, it's just 150 less points. So, with a flip of that point, should regain advantage, or regain, just gained for the first time, I guess, in a match, as he hasn't been able to grab point number 2. I'm actually surprised. Maybe he did grab it for a while and we just missed it. Anyway, point number 3 has now been flipped in favor of Glidden, and his forces are pushing forward. Bray Shaman has been routed. I thought for a second he used Winds of Magic, but no, it's just taking out Bray. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Dragon Slayer, it's actually super cheap, only 600. In terms of that, it is trading up. I thought he would be more expensive. Auroch's actually not doing that hot. As well, he's facing lots and lots of Slayers, so it would be surprising if he was doing better. Rune of Speed, so before melee attack. Should pretty much ensure the Minotaurs are going to go down pretty quickly. Could just bring up his ranges a little bit closer, which he is doing now. There's a Minotaurs in here, fighting some Dwarf Warriors, so that's actually a pretty good target for them. They should be doing pretty well, and they are indeed. Bringing up to 100. That Dragon Slayer has just been forgotten. And more Slayer Pirates are coming in. This time they don't have long drones, such as the regular ones. And yet another unit of Slayers on Taurox, who is desperately trying to escape and find some better targets to deal his damage. Maybe diving after the range units will be the solution, as they're now going to focus in heavily. As the animations aren't doing him any favors, so he's just kind of missing the blobs of infantry. Glidden is also slowly but surely pushing towards point number 2. Points are almost equal, but still Flamaster is at a slight advantage. The fight for number 3 is actually still going and developing. Harpies have been summoned, some Sentigos as well, and fresh into the Sangors. Whereas Glidden doesn't seem to have sent any reinforcements. Oh, that's Taurox down. So Runelord is still pushing hard. So yeah, Glidden is fully committing into the 1-2 line and kind of forgetting about point number 3, while still holding it pretty decently actually, with his small force that he has there. So while maybe Flamaster will flip it, I definitely won't be enough. And he acknowledges that and gives up. Yeah, GG. That was actually the second battle. So Glidden is 2-0 up after this one. But well, that's just a replay to buy time, as we were waiting for semi-final replays to come in. We have a look if we have any. Nope. Did you say 10 minutes? God damn it. Oh, here we go. We do have a replay from the second semi-final. Yeah, we started earlier, so fair enough.
Yep.
So that is semi-final, match 2, battle 1. So now, through the magic of skipping, we have arrived semi-finals. And it's already Glidden's Slayers, Dwarves. Yeah, it's pretty much the same build we've seen in the battle we've just cast, so nice information gain there. It's also versus Beastman, but obviously this time it is Berserk, and the build is quite different. Also, it's just a regular cannon versus flame cannon, and the map is Sunken Mire. Well, Lydon and Berserk are very diligent in the reporting, so everything was in spoilers. So I have no idea who won, which is perfect. And given their record, this can really go either way. And personally, kind of rooting for Lydon because Berserk just won this match, I think every single time they've met before. But Lydon was able to like drag Berserk 5 battles, so it was always very, very close. So maybe this time it'll be the first victory for Lydon in the overall match. But so far, this is only the first battle, and it is a best of 5. Early advantage already, 13 gold more on the battlefield. But Berserk is going to be the one with actual early advantage by grabbing this point with his Chaos Warhounds. He also has Sendigos throwing axes going up the forest, scouting for any potential dwarven ambush and potentially also setting up their own. Also the Brave Shaman of Beast. Shaman? His Amber Spear and Flock of Doom doesn't have the Traitorkin. No, Traitorkin is Lord of Wild actually, not Beasts. So fair enough. Chaos Warhounds are joining. 2 points already secured for Berserk, whereas the Dwarven legs are still struggling to go up the hill. And the cannon, I mean, it is on a hill of its own, but has a huge valley ahead of it. That's the range. Okay, it reaches all the way here, so it's fine. Oh, there's the Amber Spear. Yep. Perfect positioning there by Berserk. Longbeards got absolutely wrecked. As long as you get a good angle on those, they are absolutely devastating, and he just proved that. Very nicely done. It's 353 value for a single Amber Spear cast. Or 7 Winds of Magic. And Chaos Warhounds are going after the cannons, obviously. Units are being summoned on top of them. Prevent them going down. But can these cannons really achieve anything? I guess they're trying to snipe the Brave Shaman now. But he is hidden. They're shooting something else. That's really... Oh, they're shooting the dwarves. Not dwarves. Hounds. There we go. We're also gonna get an engagement in the forest, Butchers of Kakengrad coming in against Longbeards. Definitely an engagement favored towards the Minotaurs. Then he goes with throwing axes. I guess we'll throw them just from very, very up close, which, well, should make it more efficient. The Brave Shaman has been spotted and targeted by cannons, receiving some damage in return. Yeah, he must have cast another spell, and that's another 200 value, probably against these Longbeards or Bagman's Rages. Just missed it, though. The Slayers have been sent... No, that's actually Longbeards. Dragon Slayer has been sent to the forest to deal with Butchers of Kakengrad, but they're just going to retreat. They almost haven't suffered any damage while dealing some nice in return. That's another unit of Minotaurs. They're just going to slightly engage. I don't think that was actually intended. There's also a lonesome unit of Dwarf Warriors on top of point number 3. They're just going to be obliterated for free, pretty much. Those charges are devastating. Down to half HP already. If these Sendigurs come in as well, well, they're terrorized anyway already. Yeah, that's just a waste of resources, it feels like. And the Brave Shaman coming out has already cast a spell. Just missed it again. But yeah, those things are obliterated. Maybe it was for them this time around. But in general, this caster is doing some massive work. But the Dwarven push is successful, and point number 2 is going to be captured by Glidden. But so far, advantage to Berserk in terms of HP. It's only slight. It isn't really anything decisive just yet. But, well, Beastmen are launching a back attack on point number 1, and the forces of Beastmen from point number 3 are turning around. This could mean that Glidden is just going to get absolutely trapped in between here. As dwarves are pretty slow, and going for 1+2, where 2 is so far from any reinforcement point, might mean they will struggle. And their army is kind of all over the place, and obviously we all know that dwarves do better while in position, because otherwise the ranged units are going to be picked up just like that in the middle of nowhere before dealing any significant damage. And yeah, Bagman's Rages are a very powerful unit. There's a run of speed coming down. Dragon Slayers are absolutely getting obliterated as well by Morgor and a Wargor. The Runelord is joining them, but I don't think he can achieve much. I know Morgor. Oh, those are actually pretty good hits. It's down to half. I think that all 3 of them landed a nice hit at the same time. Well, they only need to do it once more, and he will be down entirely. He is routed. Here come the Sendigors to try to salvage the situation. Looks like they will. Morgor is out, licking his wounds, so he'll be back. He has regeneration as well, so he might just chill in the backline. But for now, he has been routed. The Dragon Slayers, they have somewhat paid for themselves already, so they're fine with dying just now, but they also have a Wargor to kill. And now without Morgor to help, that's 3v1 in terms of single entity characters. Also got more Chaos Spawn, probably summoned there by Morgor's ability. And the Butchers are still going strong with their regeneration, but they haven't dealt much damage as just of yet. And point number 2, maybe he's going to be flipped by Beastmen. Almost got there, but now with the reinforcements, it doesn't look like that anymore. So Glidden holding at the 2 points, but still behind in points compared to Berserk. Just 100 though. Caster is still there, but hasn't been able to achieve much, but now Flock of Doom on like 5-6 units is going to deal quite a lot of damage. His value is skyrocketing. It's a pretty good cast there. Still 47 Winds of Magic to go, so he has plenty of stuff to say still. The dwarves are holding on to point number 2, but now Beastmen do have that advantage, but there's a massive contingent of dwarves coming in after they have repelled the advantage on the attack on point number 1. The Warhounds are still trying to snipe the cannons. The cannons are kind of useless at this point, they cannot reach anything, so committing on resources in that part of the map is just a complete mistake, in my opinion. There's an Amber Spear piercing through like 3 units. The long-drawn Slayer Pirates have run out of ammunition. They aren't very good in melee, so might as well just unsummon them, I guess, but looks like they will be committed into melee. Although holding on to point number 2 is very important to Glidden now, as the points are about equal. Morgor has regenerated a little bit and come back. There's also Wargor, who's still alive, but just barely. 1 or 2 hits and he'll be down. And here comes the Dragon Slayer Goon Squad, but they're also just 1 hit away. So whoever just lands a hit first is going to have an advantage. For mixing in some regular units, is going to help by just obstructing the enemy. Wargor got routed after receiving a single hit, and there we go, it's down. Morgor is routed once more. He has received a hit or two. Let's see if he can escape. With 32 speed, the Dragon Slayers are faster, and they land another hit on him. As he's routed, he cannot strike back. 7 HP, and there we go, he's down, so Lord is dead as well. So, that should be advantage to Hilden right now. He holds on to point number 2 quite nicely.
I knew it. Unending
There we go,
glory
Berserk
is
gives up.
yours.
I think Berserk could have still turned it around, just because of the problem of dwarves, or the dwarves having a problem with reinforcing point number 2. So Berserk could have regained point number 2, hold on to point number 3, and still win the battle. But that is 1-0 for Hilden to start of the semi-final. Nice. And looks like they have started another battle 10 minutes ago, so they're pretty quick. That's pretty nice, that's nice to see. And we've also have the first replay coming from the second semi-final. So let's go ahead and cast that. And by the time we cast that, hopefully, the semi-final match number 2 is going to deliver a replay. So far, some really good battles. Finals aren't disappointing. Okay. So, Serka with Nurgle. And then P66, aka Falling Star, as Vampire Counts. That is a super elite build, with double Chaos Knights of Nurgle and Rot Knights. And a Demon Prince of Nurgle, of all things, wow. And also the Angels of Decay. We'll see, numbers or quality, who will win? Falling Star has double White Kings who are very good at removing infantry. The problem is there's no infantry to remove. But they're also very good, like, single entity fighters. So they will kill the cultists very quickly, and they can stand up against Demon Prince, but also do well against Rot Knights. Although Rot Knights are anti-large, and if those White Kings are on their mounts, which I imagine they will. Maybe they won't. But well. Rot Knights still, just being high damage, low entities, will do pretty well against single entities. And then in classic vampire faction, I guess we've just got a bunch of zombies and skeletons on top of that. Plus some Graveguard. I think 4 units, right? And with great weapons. Yeah, so there's a nice mix of anti-infantry and anti-large. Sadly for Falling Star, Narexa has only really brought large units. Even the cultist is on a horse. It is actually a horse. I was expecting something else. Like whatever these guys are riding. It's all very green. Well, Nurgle is quite a lot faster than Vampire Counts, at least in this scenario.
We have a victory point. Keep it from
But
the
Vampire
back.
Counts also famously super slow. 23 speed on zombies, 27 on the Graveguard, Skeleton Warriors 31, it's just barely normal speed. And some Vargeist, they received some damage from, I guess, these throwing axes must have been that. And there we go, just charge into Skeleton Warriors with their super low stats that really cannot hit back against Chaos Knights of Nurgle and the Rot Knights. And just turn around and run, dealt your damage, and just do it again, and again, and again, and again. Throwing axes, focusing on the Graveguard. So, pretty nice target, just ignoring the zombies and Skeleton Warriors. As opposed, really no threat as long as they don't get caught. And that is a Spirit Leech on Manfred. And that's a Spirit Leech on the Demon Prince of Nurgle, so just exchanging the casts. Well, Manfred is on top of a horse and not a dragon as he usually would. It's another unit of Vargeists. Oh, no one, just the previous one. And there are two. This one has been silent. And vampires are now looking to get control of some of the points. Point number 2 is going to be first to fall. Oh, there is a concentration of all those Chaos Knights of Nurgle and Rot Knights. And everything else actually, so whatever. All the Nurgle forces trying to prevent the capture of point number 2. And doing so successfully. Vargas are coming down, kind of ignoring the Chaos Furies. They're also looking for a rear charge themselves. And landing that into the Graveguard. The Stream of Corruption. Which were the White Kings. Here's one. So he's on foot. But he doesn't have that ability thingy. The sword of something, or whatever. The second one also doesn't have that. So they've just been picked entirely as melee characters for 600. Well, anyway, they should get in here. This guy is just doing nothing, actually, over here. Nurgle still holding 2 points. Just giving up by number 1, which you can easily do. But 2 corpse cards being sent from reinforcements. Those are super slow, 23 speed. They only really make sense when they're in the starting army. Them being in reinforcements is just a straight up mistake. And that's 1,000 value already. That's just not even really going to arrive on the battlefield because I imagine it's just going to get intercepted. What else do we have? Crypt Horrors, that's much better. Faster. And pretty good in melee, which is exactly what they need. And spreads poison, which is going to be very, very effective against high quality units that Nurgle possesses. Speaking of high quality units, Manfred is almost dead, now being charged by the Demon Prince, and yeah, going down to just 1,000 HP. The Chaos Knights and the Rot Knights are going to retreat, leave the Pestigors behind to hold the line, and they will be looking for a cycle charge somewhere. There's some more and more Pestigors being summoned. 42 speed, they can reach the front lines very fast. Not going for any fancy recharges, just charging straight through their own units. A little bit less effective, but still effective. And the vampires are crumbling. And Skeleton Spearmen and their anti-dodge, they don't really care about. They're just going to obliterate them and just stat check them. But the White King is now on top of the Demon Prince of Nurgle. Is looking to land some hits on him and lower his HP. The Corpse Guard have arrived. The other one did as well. Vigorous Mortis. Melee defense, melee attack, and vigor. And Balefire, flame resistance, and that is flaming attacks and magical attacks. But Nurgle doesn't really have any physical resistance. So the magic attacks are kind of useless. Only on this guy, really. But if they have some regeneration, the flaming attacks will be efficient, I guess. Do they have like thorough regeneration? No. That's a different one. A different corpse card. But oh, that is a huge advantage to Norexa, as the quality of his units is just overwhelming for the vampire counts. Whereas the lines look somewhat equal, they really aren't, because just lots of cheap crap left. on the side of the vampires, like zombies, for example. The Graveguard, I can actually just shine, because zombies are just kind of occupying space and preventing more Graveguard from actually fighting. The zombies should have been like retreated and maybe go after the Chaos Knights. But instead, the opposite is happening. Okay. Never mind. What do I know about Full War? I'm just a noob who casts tournaments. And was it the Spirit Leech on the Corpse card? Might have been. Might have been a mistake. I think it would be much better on a White King. But maybe he just really wants to get rid of that Corpse card. Demon Prince of Nurgle is down to half HP. And the White Kings are still standing strong above half. But they keep focusing him. That could bring him down, but not really bring the victory, considering that everything else is in shambles. Now the Angels of Decay are focusing very effectively the Corpse card. The second one, the other one, can be taken down very quickly as well. On the Spirit Leech. The Spirit Leech on the Demon Prince. He was casting it. I thought Marford died. Oh, there we go. He got re-summoned. Oh, well, White Kings did land yet another hit on the Demon Prince. So I'll just see if the Demon Prince will go down, because I think we know where this is going. Marford now chiming in. Oh, he's disintegrating. Nice. He's gonna go down unless something can magically save him. Manfred is unrelenting in his pursuit, and there we go. Who turned blue? Thinch has taken him. Fires are left with some Graveguard over here, some Graveguard over here. Absolutely gonna charge and obliterate it, and just disintegrate it from that. Like, dude, fuck this shit. The only thing for vampires really left are the two White Kings and Manfred. The Rot King's still going strong, 1.6. Rot Kings, Rot Knights, 1.6 value. Alrightish. Let's see the White Kings, 150, 530. Manfred 1.3. That's very underwhelming. It costs 2,000 in this configuration. And he has been summoned twice. Whatever was the initial army, then it's summoned. So more like 4,000. Yeah, and we have much to show for it. Let's speed up the inevitable victory of Norexa, but the Falling Star doesn't give up till the very end. Summoning more and more hordes of skeletons and zombies, I would imagine. Yep. Even still trying to take point number 1, but there we go. Norexa's victory. So he is leading 1-0. Let's see, semifinal match number 2. We do have a replay. Let's go. So, Hlidin as Cafe versus Berserk as Dark Elves. I think we've seen that before, but yet again, different players now. And I have Saitang, the Way Watcher, let's go! And then Zhou 1 single crossbowman, 5 Jade Warriors, 3 Peasants. And Berserk also with a very similar build to last time, maybe even actually the very same build. And my game crashed, because why not? Happens sometimes. No problem, just gonna launch it again. I think it's the UI mod that sometimes causes the crashes. But it's no big deal. It's not live, it's just replays. So it doesn't really bother anyone.
You know, I gotta say, that was a pretty good decision.
What decision?
To watch the game through reviews rather than live.
Yeah. Because if you watch it live, there's a lot of downtime and we only cover like half or even less battles that way.
Yeah. It slows things down, it lags. It's just not good for player experience, you know?
Both player and viewers.
Yeah.
Plus we're getting more work done in the same amount of time.
Yes, exactly. Like, this is why I love doing our reviews, kind of our retrospectives after tournaments. That way we implement these things and get better every time.
Yeah, speaking of it, if any of you want to leave us some feedback, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We adopted an agile methodology that way. Yeah, feel free to add that to your resume. Or CV, as you Europeans call it.
I think we're in global times, so it's just both are accepted.
Yeah.
It's mostly CV though. But I did code a resume actually when sending it over.
That's fine. Again, as you said, both are being used anyway, so.
Since mine was our American style.
Yeah,
I felt like the word resume, which is French by the way, so
It is. It's the most fun word.
Fit the description of what I said better. So anyway,
No, it's
got a
cool.
battle. Clayton is leading 1-0. 3-4 value somehow. Anyway, let's have a look. No cannons this time, but Satan surely is a cannon. 350 range. Already
For
using
sure.
his whatever dragon
Gundam.
side. Watch
He's a
the Bite
Gundam.
of Watcher. What was the it was the Sight of the Dragon? The fuck, what was he called? The ranged character for Marina. I forgot. Zhuge Liang. Let's go. Yeah, I think it's the Sight of the Dragon, Zhuge Liang. That was a much better name for that ability, which does the same thing. That is an artillery piece, alright. And he lining up his breath. Also Zhao Ming turning into a dragon himself. In the end, no breath. No, actually, the breath was used. Why the hell did I miss that? Anyway, that's half of Jade Warrior's gun actually, so pretty good. And now Loki is glitching, trying to find some Onyx Chrome. We're in close to point. Quite far up, being used. And a Berserk, lots of Dark Riders with repeating crossbows. Trying to shut down the Onyx Chrome of all things. Also sending a fireball after him. No, it's actually going nowhere. Yeah, I think it was cast on the Onyx Chrome and just missed. It kind of looked like it was going into the Satan. Satan already 800 value. Wow. Like his shots looked ineffective. Like didn't deal much damage per shot, but he's been spamming them and they're super accurate. Remember the wind bow was used. It's 2 uses left. Just don't know if it's 2 uses or maybe 3 and he's used 1. Oh. Burning Head now across the Onyx Crowman and going into Jade Warriors and going into potentially 2 units, Peasant Onyx Spearman and Peasant Horseman. Yep, that's a pretty decent cast over there. I'm getting 300 value on the sources of fire. It's not a sniping attempt, say then targeting the sources of fire, but Dark Riders tanking that shot essentially. Now Cafe is the one advancing, Jade Warriors going forward against the Bleak Swords. Dark Shirts, where are they going? Oh, there we go, Berserk realizes that and pulls them back. Clayton coming in with his Peasant Horseman into the Crossbowmen, the Dark Shards. Onyx Crowman as well, but they should dive after another unit instead of fighting 2 versus 1. That is just an overkill. Satan continues to just do his Satan things. Well, that wasn't effective. Maybe he needs to reconsider. We also have Zhao Ming versus Lockyer duel, but Zhao Ming is in his human form. For some reason, just doing some Kamehameha. Maybe he wanted to do the spell, maybe Final Transmutation, because he cannot use that in his dragon form. So, that would be understandable. But in his human form, he performs much worse in melee. Stating continues to snipe cavalry. Maybe he should help with Lock here. Oh, he's too far away now, but just pull Zhao Ming closer. Anyway, with his attacks, Glidden is slowly establishing control over point number 3, which is still in control of Berserk officially, but he should lose it very soon. The 1-2 line is somewhat equal, but it's mostly just cavalry holding the spots for Berserk. So his cavalry-based army isn't doing too hot against highly armored Cafayan units. And Flynn is definitely doing a much better job. Oh, that's a Flamestorm. We don't see that often. Yeah. I mean, having both Flamestorm and Burning Head is kind of an overkill. Just pick one or the other. And people are just always picking the Burning Head because it's just better, more efficient. The Flaming Storm is just kind of too random, although it works better on blobs, somewhat. Anyway, with Martial Prowess now triggered, although, well, Berserk's army is mostly ranged based, so not going to benefit that much. Fading out, trying this. It's just Gundam things. Anyway, Lock here, diving after the Satan, looking at if he can take him down, but yeah, these animations, what the hell is going on? Both dealt roughly the same amount of damage so far. But I guess Lock here should have a slight advantage in melee. We'll see how that develops. Let's not focus too much on it. That's off half of that units, but looks like Berserk is regaining control of point number 3. And with constant control of point number 1. He's just pulling ahead and ahead in points. They're doing pretty well. Zhao Ming now coming in his dragon form finally. He has enough Winds of Magic for a final transmutation. And Loki cannot just leave, because otherwise Satan will just continue to snipe him. That is also kind of glitching out. There we go, that's another arrow. Oh, this one missed. And Loki is looking back. Maybe he was looking to use his breath. I don't know. He didn't in the end. There are some good target. Well, you know, this Peasant Spearman. But even though Kalidin has advantage in value, just looking at the battlefield, you can't really see that. So it's mostly just Satan and Zhao Mei, because the regular units, Berserk has a huge advantage, and it's usually those regular units that translate into victories in map control. Which, well, map control wins you the battle. Well, Satan is using his wind bow. It's just Bleak Swords gone, but it's just Bleak Swords as well. Berserk didn't really bring any better units, so Helena will be hard-pressed to find a better target for a windbow. So all things considered, pretty good. 2k value on sighting now, so he's almost paid for himself and he's barely lost any HP. Still a massive tank. And he's occupying Lock here and actually dealing decent damage to him. And Spearmen are now on his ass. The Locker is actually going to run away. Stating is very cool animations, but he might need some glasses. Although as soon as Locker leaves, he's using his bow. But it's such short range, I don't even know what happened. Locker might be using to use his breath now. Can someone please fix Satan? See it, come on. Anyway, let's have a look over here. It's a fight for point number 1, but it's being held quite far away. And the bandits of the Silver Road have been caught out just by the superior mobility of the Dark Elven forces. It's really not that good of an idea to summon ranged units as Cafe, just because Dark Elves have so much cavalry in the roster. So Lucius Fire is being focused. She still has 32 winds of magic to use, and she's going to use a Burning Head over here. Fighting continues to try to snipe her, but I think he misses. There's Locke here right next to him. Yeah, there we go. He's going to come down and attack once again. Zhao Ming is being moved towards point number 2. Yeah, lots of reinforcements now being summoned in here as well. Jerry Warriors of Culprits and the Windbow obliterating the Dark Riders. Could have maybe went after the Bleak Swords, but they're already too close. The regular infantry or the Cafe infantry, so that will be friendly fire. But just removing that 1 unit of cavalry with the Windbow did flip the engagement in Cafe's favor. So Clinton is 600 points behind. He absolutely needs a triple cap. He is almost 3k ahead in terms of value. So he can absolutely convert that into a triple cap. The question is, will he actually do it? Point number 2 will fall, so that would delay Berserk's victory. Or, if you're rooting for Glidden, just straight up prevent it. The classic glitches, here we go. Trying to attack Medusa. There we go, point number 2. Captured, so 4 minutes until Berserk wins in points. So Glyn needs to capture the 3rd point, at least for some time, then he can lose it if he wants to win. A very nice dodge there by Locke here. And Satan actually is down to just 3.5, so yeah, fight against Locke here wasn't very good for Satan. But I guess Locke here had to flee because Cafe units were all around. 2.3k advantage in gold value. It's all scattered throughout the battlefield. There's no more Windbow on Satan. His value isn't that high. Should be focusing on Medusa because she's big but also immobile. That's about the only target he can continuously reliably hit. Whereas Locke here will just probably dodge most of it. But there's only 1 unit of Dread Spears defending the point from like melee infantry. There's more Bleak Swords coming in now. If there were Empress Promen, it would be very, very useful. But I don't know if Clinton has them available, or even has them at all. But you would imagine he does, because that's just a powerful unit. No Winds of Magic on either side, just 6 Winds of Magic left. So just enough for 1 Dragon Breath. Now this is a good target for the Dragon Breath over here. As Dread Spears break. Yeah, that's a perfect opportunity for the Dragon's Breath. Come on. Clayton could do it. 2 minutes away from Berserk's victory. If point number 1 regains under his control. And it's the Dragon Breath. That's a little bit too little too late. Well, not too little, but too late definitely. He could have had a much better target. But 2 units of infantry have been routed. So now this is just cavalry and the Bloodred Medusa. Satan has missed once again. 4 shots left. Switching his targets now to those big cavalry units. Should be much easier to hit. And Medusa has been routed by Jaume. Doing well. But still tanking quite a lot of that fire from the repeated crossbows. Lock here now coming in. Point number 1. Still under control of the Dark Elves. 2 more units now coming in. Into the square. Berserk looking to just stop them at all costs. It doesn't want them to get into the square. And more units from Cafeon converging. This Jade Warrior summoned, but they're pretty slow, 28 speed. So ideally, Clayton would just summon as much cavalry as possible. There's 53 seconds left, and Berserk needs to hold on to this point. A slight capture weight advantage, but also Berserk has much closer spawning points. There is that super close, well not super close, but closer Vanguard deploying point. But summoning a ranged unit is not even going to reach. Maybe that's the only thing he has left. So Clayton, despite having the damage, the HP advantage throughout the entire battlefield, entire battle, is going to fail to win because Berserk controlled more of the battlefield. So very nice battle, a very nice archetype. And it's going to be 1-1 in the semi-finals, giving us a very, very equal series, as it has always been. So GG to both, very, very good battle. This match just once more delivers. Let's have a look if we have another battle from this other semi-final. Yes, we do. That's semi-final 1, battle 2. It's Haven now, Wicked Claw versus Beastman with Morgar. Border Landing. We got just Night Runners, Gutter Runners, and then I really don't. Skaven Slaves, that's for sure, and then the above one, Skaven Slaves with spears, and then Skaven Warriors or something, or Clan Rats. There we go. That's what they're called. Yeah, Siren did really well. Dealt lots of damage, tanked lots of damage, and still survived until the very, very end. Yeah, Siren was a massive unit there, but ultimately failed to secure victory. I don't know if he would be able to get it by number 2, because knowing that the timer is running out, he needed to commit lots of units there in quick succession. So he ended up throwing a lot. There we go. Oh, Night Runners, yeah, just straight into the action. Let's forget about the previous battle. We have this one to focus on. There's already some spells being cast. What is it? Cleansing Ruin. Lots of gutter runners and night runners just met in the middle by all the Centigores. Just about the worst matchup possible. So that's just a massive, massive blunder from the very beginning. But that being said, actually it's because, yeah, summon more. Yeah, 1.4 versus 1000 damage. It's not that bad. It's not the end of the world. But surely advantage, Norexa at the very, very beginning. He charged cover into ranged units that were in the front line for some reason. But you know, there's that curvature of the terrain, so maybe they were hidden. But as soon as he spotted them, he just run away and switch to the front line, but he didn't. Oh, it's Groundbat Spears, not Skaven Slave Spears. Sure. But it's still like a garbage tier unit. And more Sandigores or Sandgores, sorry, are coming in. They're pretty fast, 42 speed. So they will be able to reach the front lines. But Sandigores are just doing really well all by themselves. The Gorherd, though, is being swallowed. So there is that, and these Sandigores are kind of stuck now in the middle of it. What's this spell? Is it Traitorkin? No, it's Cleansing Ruin. We even have Traitorkin, obviously not, because Morgor has... Morgor isn't even a caster, but what else do you have? Full of Violence, instead of Ruinous Corruption, yeah, so he summons Chaos Spawn unit from a dying unit. We can finish off like Clan Rats or something, and summon them that way. Thinking Claw also down to like 80%. He's not really being targeted. There's a Shaman now in the middle of things. And he's just on foot. So he gets swallowed up by all the enemies. Oh. Warbliny Cannons being summoned and targeting the Shaman. And whatever this spell is. Everyone just never use Skavens. I'm really not used to their names and the look of their spells. So whatever the hell that was, maybe that was like an ability from Wicked Claw. And Wicked Claw is like super powerful from what I've heard. It's just the rest of the Skaven roster isn't that good, especially in Domination. Land battles, sure, they work, but not in Domination. As they also kind of rely on their formation gameplay and weapon teams, which just in Domination just don't really have a place. And yeah, Norexa kind of on full display as to why really Skaven doesn't work. Just charges his Sandigores left, right and center and obliterating the low quality Clan Rats and Skaven slaves. And is doing apparently pretty well against the Gorherd, the Regiment of Renown here. Somehow. I know, it's mostly the damage was dealt to it earlier on. But still, somewhat holding their ground. Which can be said by the rest of the Skaven army. Actually risking some friendly fire there with the Warbliny cannons. Should be targeting probably the Shaman, yeah. He's now casting a spell plus whatever this is. Like, wait, what is this? It's a brass orb, right? Must be. Well, I think it has 1.6k value. That's pretty decent. But like 320 of Morgor. That's pretty bad. Chaos Spawn has been summoned though.
After this one, we can watch semi-final match 2. We got a new replay.
Yeah, as expected. And we have Ferromanticore just diving after the cannons. Wow, it's just destroy the cannon with a single bite. Doesn't want to target the rest ones. The other ones though. That still disrupts the artillery piece somewhat. Oh, they're still shooting. They don't really care, I guess. That's really my mother. There's going to be a triple cap now for Nerexa for number 3 falls, and just 3 minutes left on the clock to victory. You're like, oh, my beacon will get you 3k. He's run out of ammunition almost. Situation is only getting worse. As always, die around him and just getting surrounded more and more. Doesn't have Grass Orb left. Nor the Storm Demon. Can still cast Cleansing Ruin with 14 Winds of Magic. Almost there. Well, at this point, you can just speed it up. 2k Anikit. Struggles to find an enemy, or maybe just rounds around in between all the units. And misses a spell.
I knew it.
Alright.
Unending glory.
That's 2-0 for Serica over here in the semi-final. Let's visit the Hlidin versus Berserker one. So, gonna state the obvious. It is going to be a 2-1, but for whom? Well, we'll find out, because they put everything in spoilers, just as I asked them. So I have no idea. And they're very, very fast at just stating, just, yeah, pause the replay, pause the screenshot. I'm playing this, I'm playing that. Let's go, this map. So, very, very much appreciated. They came here to play, and they're doing just that, and at a very, very high level. So, Bretonia versus Demons of Chaos. Lou and Leon Kerr versus just a random, no-name, whatever they're called. No, I really forgot what their name was. Anyway, I think that's Henry Le Massif, actually. Right, the UI mod got in the way. Hopefully it doesn't crash the game. We got the Soul Grinder of Singe, obviously, and the game crashed, yep. Okay, let's just not hover over my mouse over the units. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Got a Battle Pilgrims, Regiment of Renown. The regular Battle Pilgrims. Mounted Yeomen. Peasant Archers with Poison. Arms with Polearms. Grey Relic. Some arms with Spears. As Berserk, yeah, that's a pretty classic composition. I think those are Festering Stooges, the Regiment of Renown, Exalted Plague Bearers. We have 2 more Exalted Plague Bearers. I think that's what they're called anyway. Then we have the Shrieking Sky Race, like this super OP unit that everyone always brings because it's so OP.
This is my realm.
Yeah, Shrieking Sky Race, and we have the Soul Grinder of the Siege. Yeah, Festering Stooges, let's go. Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle. Super slow, 27. Only 35 armor, so also vulnerable to missile damage, but well, pretty physical resistance. Yeah, applies poison, has magical attacks themselves, and pretty high damage. Well, Mounted Human Archers are going to grab by number 2. They got some damage in return, so it was either the Soul Grinder, yeah, must have been. Could have been the Shrieking Skyrus as well. Alright, Soul Grinder can just tank everything on the barrier, just deal some decent damage in return. 140 already, but it wasn't all by Soul Grinder itself. So Shrieking Skyrus also chipped in, and it was actually mostly them. A Soul Grinder damage, a little bit underwhelming.
Keep it from the foe.
Could maybe go after the Grey Relic. If it's like homing projectiles are so good. Soul Grinder is repositioning quite close to the Brythonian front line, going after the archers. And hitting most of the ground. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to get angles in here, because the terrain looks flat, but it really isn't. Now Lewin diving in, Soul Grinder running away. Now Herald of Slaanesh, there we go. Yeah, stands no chance against Lewin either. So also needs to run away. Lewin can just keep pushing. Shrieking Skywars are going to be... maybe not. But Shrieking Skywars are pretty good. They are armor piercing and anti-large, and the anti-large bonus is 25. So it's really, really good. That looks to be affected by poison as well. There's but that would do it. There is full HP, so kind of a bit of a waste. The Exalted Plague Bearers are kind of surrounded. Knights of the Lionheart. What the hell is happening? Pavane of Slaanesh upgraded. That just obliterated them on the spot. Holy crap. That is just even gone. Look at the Herald, he cast it. Yeah, it's 47 gold value. It's pretty nice to begin with. That's been pretty expensive. God damn it, considering it's 12 wins of magic on the base cast. It's probably like 16 on the upgraded. Sorry for not knowing. That's another Earthblood on Peasant Mob. Grey Relic and Spearmen at Arms were almost full HP anyway.
One of your victory points. Take it back.
We have Frolickers, Bubonic, and Nurglings who explode upon dying. No, not explode upon dying, they return the damage. Yeah. He's the squilling something. Pain guys. Pain horrors that explode upon dying. Squilling or blazing? There's like 2. Chaos Fury summoned anyway. Going after the Spearmen at Arms. But as men-at-arms with pole arms coming in as well, they were pretty good here against the Chaos Furies. And as a charge, defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis. They'll all be charging the Fergus Boy, which seems to not take any damage. Well, they are Fox Arrow's bowmen firing into the Exalted Plague Bears, applying poison, so they get some taste of their own medicine in there. And poison is pretty effective against them. Haven't really performed that well. Although these guys, the Regiment of Renown, is doing super well for the time being. Yeah, the regular Exalted Plague Bears, not so much, but the battle is still largely equal. Flitten has an advantage in terms of gold value. But it did also last time around, and we all know how that happened. Old Grinder in the middle of the melee instead of shooting, but it was really difficult for him to shoot behind angles. Royker's Bubonic finally going down. Another unit of Chaos Furies. I've got a sneak up trying to go through for Seekers of Slaanesh, but Holy Wardens of La Maïs, yeah, is going to stop that. Seekers could just run away, but I think Berserk is just not seeing this. Because that melee engagement doesn't make sense, it should just run away. Yeah, Berserk is kind of crumbling. His Exalted Plague Bears aren't doing too well against the hordes of the Breton infantry. There's a possibility of a rear attack here if then he just fixes his micro. But Lewin is going to just continue to be a menace. It's another Earthblood going to top him up, even though he has his own passive regeneration. Also affecting the Royal Pegasus Knights. Very nice Knights around in there as well. So some high quality units. And yeah, Lewin can just go after the Soul Grinder Siege, rack up some nice value like that. Well, the Soul Grinder could just kind of be ignored, because he really doesn't do much. Maybe now, after he escaped the melee, maybe he'll find some good angles. That wasn't a good angle. This was a good target to begin with. Peasant mode, with risk of friendly fire. He's still got some ammunition, so could use it before diving into melee. There's only 44 of them left, so obviously it will be effectiveness will be diminished by that. Soul Grinder really not able to do much, whereas Leon Kerr 1.5k already, still full HP. Oh, but that could be massive. Damsel of Life has been caught out in the middle, while still having quite a lot of Winds of Magic to spare. And she's routed, got a massive hit from the Herald, and the Seekers of Slaanesh just surround her and keep doing damage, or at the very least ensure that she is routed. We also run after some of these men-at-arms. They've returned from being routed. Freaking Skyra is still going strong, 1000 value on them. It's already paid for themselves. They could just be held back for spamming Lamprey's Bite. But that ability is going to be always as effective as it always is. This doesn't depend on the number of soldiers, or monsters in this case, in the unit. And that's Pavane of Slaanesh upgraded once more. Let's have a look at how quickly that unit is. Again, the same unit. Oh, it's suffering the same fate once more. It just dives in, berserks or rampages, and it just gets obliterated. Look at that. Summoned twice, only 600 value, whereas 2.4k has been spent. So with that, Berserk actually gets ahead in army value, because that single cast is worth like 1.2k. because pretty much 100 to 0 is the entire unit. Where's the Herald? Yeah, 2.5k, so it's almost the entire value of on that character is just
One of your units has been
killing the
destroyed.
same unit twice with a single spell. Well, now she's trying to back up point number 1. And cap-wise, Berserk is ahead. So Berserk ahead in both the cap points and the value on the field. And looking at damage, Berserk is far ahead. It's just the Fliden's healing is somehow keeping him in the game still. The Frolickers of Warning have been re-summoned. Got the Knights around. Very nice charge into the Exalted Plague Bearers. We're still standing strong, so we've got to give that to them. Whereas the Bretonnian infantry has largely collapsed. That unit could go and try backupping point number 3. Now he's going to do just that. Don't think that will happen, because Berserk is going to react and prevent it. Pretty much the entire army collapsed. I don't think there is much Lydon can do at this point. As he can somewhat regain a front line. Both players at above 1000 supplies are ready to summon. Bretonnia needs it much more, and those knights around being routed at such a high HP. Well, that whip of Slanesh or whatever it's called, that wasn't very effective and accurate. Yeah, and all the value of Lydon's army is pretty much just Lewin. He has 3.5k on the field, and 1.4k is Lewin. It's only 1000 value for the regular units, and most of them are routed. Actually, all apart from one. Here come the Grail Knights. Berserk doesn't have enough mana for upgraded Pavane of Slanesh, but he has enough for the regular one. If only he didn't use that Whip of Slanesh, right? Which was massively useless. But then again, it's 5k value on the field, and it's just 2 units. Lewin and Grail Knights. So they're going to go after the Turtle Slanesh, who has 100 speed, so it's just going to run away. But at least that will prevent the capture of point number 1. So there is that, and it's mounted human archers. We could, with their 92 speed, somewhat pose a threat to the Herald, given its very low armor and low HP already. Just 2.3 minutes for Berserk to win, and can he really come up with anything, with any solution? It's a Battle Pilgrims. This is really the last melee units Lyn should be calling in, because if he calls in melee units after this point, they won't even make it to the front line. They won't be able to contribute, so he's pretty much limited to summoning only cavalry from now on. Grey Knights far behind enemy lines, but have really good targets for themselves. Freaking Skywars might go down. They're close to dying and close to being broken. They're gonna run away. This is a crucial unit that just absolutely needs to survive for Berserk. Grey Knights, while being surrounded, they don't do that well. They do best if they can cycle charge. There is some anvil to their hammer. But it's just a hammer being surrounded by lots of other hammers from Berserk. Well, Lewin is fine, and still full HP, although he has finally reached his healing cap. He isn't able to do that much. He can maybe clear the Soul Grinder, but that's about it. There is 1 minute left. There's a unit of knights around. It will get a nice charge with Lewin acting as anvil. But Berserk just smartly retreats his units There's a Soul Grinder to tank it, and there's the Pavane of Slanesh. Needs to go on Rampage, and even the unupgraded one. Holy shit. Just look at them going down. The Rampage is just a cherry on top. But the Pavane of Slanesh damage, yeah, and then just gives up. Wow, what a powerful spell. Finally have a break to watch the stream of it. I wonder why. Well, it's 2-1 for Berserk. Looks like they had a little bit of delay because they had to restart their match. So no replay from them, but we do have a replay from Serica. So now you can watch the battle you just played being commented by me. How does it make you feel?
Meh.
I was asking Serica, not you. You
Meh.
didn't just play a battle. So Flamaster has advanced to 5th place match. 7th place match just won't take place because yeah, we have 2 players who dropped out now. So 5th place match is Michael versus Flamaster. If you could go there and ping them. As I cast the replay as Nerexa and Falling Star are loading in, or rather the replay of them is loading in.
Be in no doubt that the Emperor is watching.
We have 7 maps
And he
for each of these battles, but
glory
we keep repeating the same maps.
powers.
Why are you banning and picking the same maps all over? God damn it. Have some variety. Well, oh yeah, at least it feels consistent. Like, oh yeah, these are semifinals because it's this set of maps. Okay, well, Peasant Horseman
We
going to
have a
grab
victory point.
point
Keep
early
it
as
from
Falling
the
Star.
foe.
1 gold more. Axe. Massive advantage early on. Just barely countered by the fact that Nerexa has already captured a point. With Exalted Lord of Change of Siege. With Pink Fire. And Infernal Gateway. No Blue Fire, which is quite a popular spell. We've got Nurglings,
We have a victory
Plague
point.
Burrs,
Keep it
Exalted
from
Plague
the foe.
Burrs, and Exalted Plague Burrs. Plague Tools of Nurgle. Oh, that's a decent peak fire. 45 value though, so that's quite low. Flame cannons almost. Or grand cannons. I do have flaming projectiles. You just hide a Lord of Change behind the statue. That's exactly what he does. Probably just flies by. We see Zhao Ming yet again in his dragon form. So. Point number 3 was briefly grabbed by Nexus Cavalry, but it's now going to be picked up by Falling Stars Nurglings. Nexus is delaying that as much as possible with his Peasant Horseman. Setting up his formation, trying to utilize his cannons. With the Exalted Lord of Change now diving in. Yeah, they're firing at Nurglings instead. Wow. 47 damage. 46 according to this one. Oh, and there is the Infernal Gateway, which does 0 damage. I guess they just count as 4 entities for the purpose of this spell. But what the fuck's he? I'm pretty sure Falling Star is asking exactly the same question as he said while he saw that. Well, that's going to be a little bit more effective. The Chaos Fury Salmon. We're running above the Grand Cannon. Chosen Horseman preparing to defend the Grand Cannons. Yeah, there we go. That's more damage than the spell. Wow, 90 armor for the Grand Cannon. Wow. Oh, there's a pink fire. Pretty smart, but it hit mostly the Chaos Furies. Instead of the massive blob of Capaean forces. And the Chaos Furies are down. Cannons still continue to fire. In the meantime, Capaean formation is advancing towards point number 1. For the Capaean formation to make sense and keep being on the defensive, it needs 2 points captured. But it is a difficult point to cap because there is a Vanguard deployment over here, which could launch very easy, fast and devastating flanking attacks. Through that. We also have the Jungle Lord drawing here. He has 24 armor around everyone. Around for everyone. The Exalted Lord of Change is fighting Roman. Is that a spell he's cast somewhere? Can't see anything. And this Dragon Breath into Exalted Plague Burst. Pretty nice. Lead Lancers charging in. Into the regular Plague Burst. This is Screamers of Tzeentch, regular ones. Where are the Shrieking Skyrays? Didn't see them. Not only he didn't bring them. Anyway, diving into ranged units in the back line, that's pretty good for them. Cavalry can come in, but the Screamers are still anti-large. So they'll be fine pretty much no matter what is being thrown down. There's Nurglings and the Plague Toads of Nurgle. That was a little bit of a miss over here. Considering, yet again, massive Capaean blobs. The Shrieking Skyrays would have an absolute field day in there. Casting the Lamprey's Bite. But they are nowhere to be found. But it is already quite a big advantage on the Rexac, who doesn't miss his spells. Landing Dragon Breath into Plague Burst and Exalted Plague Burst at the same time. Let's have a look at the value on Zhao Ming, 1.1k. The Exalted Lord of Change can say the same. And he has the Infernal Gateway. Has enough mana. And for sure the cooldown has passed. But actually the entities being so mixed. Maybe like over here. The Jade Warriors, plus Peasant Horsemen, and Zhao Ming, I guess, in the process. So what happened to the banners? Instead, keeps casting the pink flames, which is alright in this current situation, though over here maybe as well. Good target for the Infernal Gateway, yet another Dragon's Breath. And that's a fresh unit of Exalted Plague Burst coming in. And the points are just about equal now, but Nerexa obviously has 2 points for him. Looking to secure his victory. The Streams of Tzeentch disintegrated. Anyway, so with 2k advantage. Zhao Ming chasing away the Exalted Lord. He is slightly faster, but now stopped. And his badge just briefed him. Looks like point number 3 is also going to fall into Cathay's hands. With just the flesh hounds of Khorne in position. Do something about it. They are doing something about it, those Jade Lancers, but in a 3v1 they're not going to do much. Because they're just overwhelmed and pushed around. And now disintegrating as Cathay takes point number 3. Securing their victory even faster. Zhao Ming continues to chase the Exalted Lord of Change, continues to cast Dragon's Breath everywhere he can. And yeah, by the looks of it, 2.3k dealing massive damage. Already exceeded his value. And just yet another amazing cast. 2.5k now. But each cast is worth like 2 to 300. And there we go. And this time, Falling Star acknowledges his defeat. So he'll be fighting for the 3rd place against whoever loses between Berserk and Nickelodeon. Speaking of which, let's see. We do have another replay. But is it a 3-1? Or is it 2-2? There's only one way to find out. I mean, there are more ways to find out, but I want to find out in the way of watching the replay. I'm bailing the hell out of there. Warriors of Chaos with Festus, obviously, and versus Khorne with Scarbrand. Let's go. So lore-wise, is it Nurgle and Khorne that hate each other?
No. Khorne hates Slaanesh. Nurgle and Tzeentch have a thing going on against each other.
Which really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's actually explained. Initially, before Slaanesh was a thing, it was between Khorne and Tzeentch, because Khorne does not like all that magic nonsense.
But what do you mean Slaanesh was a thing? As in, the Games Workshop didn't make Slaanesh yet?
No, lore-wise, Slaanesh came in later.
I see.
Yeah. In 40k, it was after the Eldar were very degenerate, and similarly in fantasy, I believe. It's all because of elves.
It always is.
It always is, those friggin' knife ears.
Alright. Hidden remembering to turn on the elixirs. Not everybody does. Let's see, this could be a decisive battle. For Clinton, it is about staying alive in the tournament. For Berserk, it is about punching his ticket into the finals. He's going to have to do it against the Mutually Vortex Beast. 2 Exalted Heroes. And we have some other Horse Masters. And Festus leading 2 units of Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh. And usually you would see Festus spread up, yeah, with Exalted Heroes and the Vortex Beast for the healing. We also have 2 Blood Reapers. So, seems like cheap melee lords are in fashion. And it will be very good against the Vortex Beast. The Vortex Beast kind of wants to go against the infantry rather than large entities. And the Exalted Heroes can go after the Blood Reapers. Exalted Heroes are on horseback, so they will be able to choose their engagements. And point number 3, which was briefly capped, is going to be a recap now of Berserk. Whereas point number 2 is going to suffer the same fate, but in reversed. We have Chaos Warhounds in the background going after Murder Horsemen and Murder Horsemasters actually. Just obliterating them in a charge. Looks the Severed Claw. Doesn't even give a shit, losing barely half its barrier. So that is early advantage to Clinton. But now, Murder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes are coming in. They're throwing their damage, and this Scarbrand in the mix as well. The Khorne just absolutely surrounding Nurgle forces. Embedded Vortex Beast having some fun with Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds. So not necessarily the best opponent for it, and there are also the 2 Blood Reapers there. So it would definitely be wise to retreat that unit. Scarbrand and his contingent of throwing axes cavalry has also retreated. And the Middle Beast, yeah, is getting wrecked. That is massive damage in short time span. And Festus isn't even close. It's desperately trying to push through. But now suffers another like 700 damage with a very short time frame. And it's rampaging. But finally made it to Festus, who can heal it up a little bit. Festus should also see what he has. There's Fleshy Abundance and Rancid Stations. So Fleshy Abundance on Mythly Vortex Beast now, or it's gone. There we go, Fleshy Abundance is cast, but not upgraded, just the regular one. But hey, it's got absolutely wrecked, so that's a huge advantage to Berserk. Although looking at the values, it is actually advantage for Clinton at the moment. No, it is very close. And losing that Mythly Vortex Beast after dealt like 700 gold. That's massive. It's done, it's gone. Shattered. Clinton's switching to Harbinger of Pestilence. It's the Murders of Khorne, not necessarily the best of ideas. A Severed Claw though, full HP. I feel like killing Elixirs in this scenario definitely better. Scarbrand now picking a fight against Exalted Hero, but Exalted Hero is running away. At least tries to. Now the blob moves over. As long as Festus is in here, he should obviously secure the advantage. Harbinger of Pestilence still in effect. Here we go, killing Elixirs now. Scarbrand is also suffering some damage. Rancid Visitations on top of him now. That will deal a lot of damage. Festus only with 200 value now, but yeah, it's going up. The Rancid Visitations. Yeah, somewhat decent damage to Scarbrand. But it's just a massive Nurgle blow. Does he have anything outside? No, it's just there's the entire Nurgle army in here. Or rather, Warriors of Chaos. And the Blood Reapers are caught in the middle of it. They don't have horses, so they're really stacked. Oh, that was a very good grab there by Scarbrand. The Bellow of Endless Fury. Where did these Chaos Trolls come from? Chosen with Halberds. That's a high quality unit. I wonder if it will be even able to punch through. It's one of Horsemasters now. Being rampaged by Scarbrand. But it's still a massive not killing blow because he switched over to Harbinger of Pestilence once more. He applies it to 4 units, whereas he could heal like 7 or something. So I feel like healing Elixirs once again would be better. And switch to Harbinger of Pestilence only once you've either reached the healing cap or have by far more enemy units around you. But a Clinton with a slight advantage, but it's a very slight advantage. In terms of points, he is losing. But point number 3 he holds, but is being... Where is it? Oh, it's over here, yeah. He's gonna lose that. Point number 1 obviously not his, but could potentially become his. But that's the problem with Festus Healing Blood. It can only be in one place. And you kind of need at least 2 points to win. Exalted Heroes now using their superior speed, going after the Blood Reaper. The Exalted Heroes doing much better than the Blood Reapers.
The enemy has
obviously the
captured one of your
beneficiaries
victory
of the
points.
healing
Take it
elixirs.
back.
In terms of value on the field, it is just dead equal now. Garbrand continues to lead his goon squad of cavalry around the battlefield. Those with halberds still trying to make it up the point. But once they do, they might hold a point when Festus is moving on to another point, which seems like this is what they're doing. But the Chosen aren't there just yet. Scarman is going to dive into them. And he's good against infantry, he's good against everything. But it's a Chosen with halberds, so not necessarily the best of ideas.
Has been destroyed.
Scarman, okay, he just ran through them. Murders can just hold the other Murders of Corn when Chosen push through. And that's exactly what is happening. This is over here, but Exalted Heroes and Chaos Trolls are over on point number 3 trying to get through Brothers of Corn and some throwing axes, but there are more reinforcements coming in. Murders are going to have that crucial capture rate. It's still very much up in the air. Rounds and Visitations upgraded once again, cast in Scarbrand. Festus, still with his healing elixirs, now in a very nice blob, as another unit of Chaos Trolls. In the mix on point number 2, making its way to point number 3. Chaos Trolls from point number 3 are running away, haven't been routed yet, but could actually just straight up run away and wait for regeneration, as 2 units of Marauders are approaching. They'll need a capture rate, they will need that mass, that anvil, and then come in with Festus with some units. Actually, maybe the focus is going to switch over to point number 1. The Marauders here to just lure units away, as Berserk is kind of falling forward. The Scarbrand is committed in here. The Exalted Warriors, Heroes, just bail. They are on horses, 66 speed, just run away towards Festus, get some healing, and Festus secures points number 1 and 2. Oh, Chosen, not gonna get healed, although maybe they're on full HP considering there are only 75 of them, almost. But that is one Exalted Hero routed. You really don't want to have that Exalted Hero in melee against Scarbrand. The sacrifice of Artists is absolutely fine, but I wouldn't want to sacrifice Exalted Hero. This guy doesn't seem like he will rally. Yeah, he's gonna run away. There's no way he's gonna come back. So, it's a little bit of a lost opportunity there by Hlidin. But he is 1.7k ahead in terms of gold value on the field, and he has 2 caps. But it's all going to be played out on the map itself, as in like who can play the objectives better. Berserk army seems to be far more mobile than Hlidin's. So we'll see if he can use that superior mobility to secure the victory. For now, it looks like Hlidin is going to equalize the score of 2-2, and we are going to get another Hlidin versus Berserk 3-2. We'll just see where the 3 goes to. But still, this battle, far from finished. 5.5 minutes to victory for Hlidin if capture points obviously stay the same. The Mortal Close Master vs. Midas of Corn with great weapons is definitely not a good engagement for them, as they realize they try to run away. We've got Mortars of Corn suffering now from Harbinger of Pestilence, but luring Festus away from point number 2, as 2 more units of Marauders are getting in, Marauders and Bloodletters. So yeah, even if these units stand on top of the point, they'll still lose. But they aren't even standing on top of the point, and Berserk is going to flip it very, very quickly. Also, the Harbinger of Pestilence doesn't really work in here, just keep the Chosen alive, and they'll kill the Murders of Corn sooner or later. That Harbinger of Pestilence on a single unit, that is just straight up quite bad, and you've lost like 13 Chosen with halberds for that. So yeah, not a fan of Harbinger of Pestilence there. Healing elixirs would definitely be much better, but point 3 now is exposed. There's only a single unit of Chaos Warriors of Khorne in there who are dealing well with the Chaos Trolls, but not after they get charged in the ass by Mother Hostmasters. That should break them. Reminder, broken even before the charge completes. But point number 3 should go to Khalid and his Warriors of Chaos. So point number 1 should get stolen away. The points are almost dead equal, with Berserk holding the advantage now. Festus trapped on point number 2, with just his chosen one. Now he's switching to healing elixirs after he gets surrounded. And the Harbinger of Pestilence would be actually more efficient now. But maybe he's just trying to stay alive. Scarbrand is at 750 weapon damage. As soon as he's routed, he's not terror routed anymore. He is healing. There's a sort of core that completely missed. So that is a huge trump card that Berserk just wasted. But he's still winning. He has the triple cap. Glidden didn't secure point number 3. That's massive. It's just like, just put a unit, any unit in there for half a second and it's yours. It just barely hangs on in possession of Berserk. And he is moving his Murders of Khorne in there. And yeah, that would delay his victory by 1/3. So yeah, Berserk with a huge advantage now, even though Cleveland still has like the Army Gold advantage. That just doesn't mean anything. So I said like, yeah, it looks like Flynn is probably going to win, he just needs to drive home the advantage, but Berserk really stood in his way and used his superior mobility to secure that victory, unless Flynn can turn it around. He has 40 seconds to do so. As soon as he captures a point, that will get extended, but only for a little. He absolutely needs to secure a triple cap within a minute. And he doesn't have enough of an advantage, and actually has now a disadvantage on this point. Exalted Hero running to point number 1. But a single hero won't cap it fast enough. There's 17 seconds left. Point number 2 is flipping, but very, very slowly, not anymore even. Yep, that is a victory to Berserk. 3-1 in the semifinals. After a massive, great back and forth battle. So, props to both players for putting on an absolute massive, beautiful show. But Berserk is going to be the one to advance to finals. And that means we have Serica versus Nerexa. Yeah, I'm tired. Serica versus Berserk. Yeah, Serica versus Nerexa, that would be epic finals.
Yeah, it turns out your greatest enemy is yourself.
I mean, there was a meme around going on that SUNTZU is just a bunch of Mr. accounts and he just plays with like two or three PCs at the same time.
I actually do that. A friend of mine has Warhammer 3 as well, and we just do the family share. So if I want to test like a build, I just play against myself in multiplayer. So Chimbambu, our latest joiner, has agreed to finish. His opponent apparently dropped out. He said, Flamaster said that he messaged you. So
Messaged me?
no, Martinius sent a message to you.
Martin is the because Flamaster just advanced to 5th place
Mhm.
match and
Yeah, I talked to them there, so they should be playing shortly. Chimbambu, I explained to him, hey, you don't have to drop out of the tournament. You could just say, hey, I forfeit this match and I stay in the tournament, because he had to go for dinner. So he got a 7th place by default. he thought he would need to. He thought he would need to drop out from the whole tournament in order to get that time, but no, he could take a loss. So that way we got our 7th place.
Yep.
Our 3rd place match is currently ongoing. They are drafting right now.
Yep. I have Narexa vs Berserk on the screen right
Yep.
now, then we'll check the 3rd place match draft.
Absolutely. They're doing that right now. They are banning some maps for the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit for the replays to start coming in, but we can feel the time.
Yep. Yeah, I think this went pretty smoothly. People know what they're doing. We're answering their questions. It is going all good.
Yep. Alright, Siege and Empire banned. So Empire is still getting banned after all of their units are banned. Like, there's no land ships, no team tanks of any type, no Elspeth on a dragon, and no Master Engineer in a tank. So Empire is just pretty much free DLC stay. The only thing that's left is like Hochland long rifles or something.
Yeah.
And they're still getting banned.
Yeah.
Narexa picking Nurgle as first pick, like picking that away from Berserk. But I think Berserk didn't pick Nurgle a single time in this tournament, even though he's like well-known Nurgle enjoyer. He banned it in the previous, in the semifinals. I don't remember about the quarterfinals, but still. And Wood Elves have been banned, so Berserk didn't ban Dwarves against Hliden, but did ban Wood Elves against Narexa. And Beastmen are his first pick. Let's see who's going to be next. Dwarves are actually up, speaking of. It's Dark Elves. I mean, he's been doing really well with Dark Elves this tournament so far, so why not? Well, Grand Cafe versus Dark Elves almost lost. Play like that. Berserk versus Hliden was so close, but Berserk still secured a victory 3-1. But at least I'm glad like Hliden didn't get like 3-0'd, because it would suck to have like 3 super close battles and just lose all of them. But yeah, all of them were pretty close, and just 3-1 to Berserk in the end. And Grand Cafe plus Lizman for Narexa. Dwarves again, still up. Horn for the culture points could be picked up. But I don't imagine Narexa would ever pick Khorne, so Berserk can just leave that for last. Chaos Wars are up. Demons of Chaos are banned. Okay. But Warriors of Chaos aren't. And they are a very popular pick. But North Sky is, yeah, better than Warriors of Chaos.
Yep.
The Murder Champions are absolute like, massive infantry units. And
They
Khorne
are.
is
They're
picked,
very efficient.
yeah. So Berserk didn't leave Khorne for the last pick. We'll see what Narexa counters with. Tomb Kings. That's quite an unpopular choice. Especially given that Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, Ogre Kingdoms are still on the plate. And Warriors of Chaos. A lot of much better choices than Tomb Kings. We'll see, maybe he intends them as a counter to a specific Berserk's pick. And Chaos Wars to round it out. Ogre Kingdoms, Slanesh maybe? Knowing Berserk, it's going to be something spicy. Just no Vampire Coast. Please don't. And again, just dwarves are there. Hello? There we go. Yeah. Counter Chaos Dwarves with actual dwarves. Let's go. Okay, let's have the order draft on the screen. Just gonna avoid spoilers there. Okay. So this final round, Dwarves banned immediately against Glidden, followed by Lizardman. So Glidden could just ban Demons of Chaos to just remove the Soul Grinders if he doesn't like them. He goes for Empire and Greenskins instead. He has the first pick, so he could if he values the Soul Grinders, but he doesn't. Grand Cafe. As I mentioned before, similar playstyle to the Dwarfs. You really would just want to stay in formation and just control 2 points, make the enemy come to you. I do think Grand Cafe is kind of better than Dwarves. We should have a Thunder Barge. Then Nurgle. I mean, Skaven again. Spicy pick. If you manage to make it work. Wood Elves. That's very nice. One of my favorite factions. Just permanently banned against Nerexa. Well, almost. He did get them in semifinals, but he didn't play them, right? Yeah. And we got Chaos Dwarves for Glidden, so at least he gets some dwarves. And Vampire Coast. Yeah, don't know about that one. I think they're even worse than Skaven. Ever since the nerfs on... forgot about the... whatever. The Crypt Horrors equivalent. Anyway, High Elves from Glidden. Very, very nice. That's a culture pick. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on both the Grand Final and the third place match. Grand Final has gone underway much faster. Third place match, they are just now banning the maps. Give them a while, I guess, to start. So they're playing on Lost Temple of Sotek. I thought Surika didn't like that map. Or was the Sacred Synod of Chakra that he despised? May have been the Sacred Synod that he despised, yeah. Well, Sacred Synod isn't in the map pool. It is in the map pool for the third place match, but it has been banned. Okay, in the meantime, while we're waiting for battles, I am expecting a replay to come in pretty soon. That's why I don't want to go into another replay like from the past, since we've covered the entire semi-finals, both matches. Let's just have a look at the bracket in the meantime. Maybe I'll improve some. I mean, I have some ideas. I had some ideas even before, but just had absolutely no time to execute them. But once I find some more time, I could work on some improvements to the stream quality. Anyway, so we got Serica 3-1 at the beginning in the quarterfinals, and then 3-0. Berserk with double 3-1s. So it's not that we aren't at least getting like 3-0s all over the place. And then Felamaster vs Michael Pontifex, as both of these matches were what happened here. Yeah.
Well, something. I told you the Chimbamba stayed, so he won by default.
Yeah, stayed.
Was convinced to stay. It's convinced to take a loss instead of a full tournament forfeit.
Yeah. I don't know if that's how it should work. But we're still...
I mean, they just didn't know they could do that.
We are in our lenient phase. Oh, there we go. We've got some entertainment in the meantime. And it is a draft for a 5th place match.
5th place, yeah, looks like they're gonna be finishing last.
Could be a 3-0 as opposed to some other ones.
Yeah, could be.
So we're watching this live, so we're still waiting to get this ready. And I mean, in the meantime, maybe a replay will come. Oh, grand final. GG. Let's go. So we've got the first replay soon. Okay, Michael Pontifex starts by banning Slanesh. Both factions. We're gonna Barban. Yeah, maybe that has happened as well.
Surprisingly often.
I mean, that's how YOLO Mid Rush works. It just works.
That's exactly what I was about to say. And it does, and it works in all games. In all total games, like, YOLO Mid Rush, and you win!
I mean, I didn't know what happened, but my opponent didn't know even more.
Exactly. See, I don't need to outrun everyone. I just need to outrun my opponent.
Okay. Grand final. Battle 1. But well, let's finish watching this draft. It's better to back up the replays now instead of having like downtime later on. Also allows my voice to rest a little bit, as I haven't been able to rely on you. Sorry for not having a strong enough PC. maybe it is time for a bit of an upgrade. Alright. High Elves as first pick. Unleashed Singeant Corn Band. This guy just hates Chaos, I guess. And gets Demons of Chaos and Norska picked against him. There's just too many Chaos factions. There we go. Nurgle followed up. There's Chaos Dwarves still on the board. And then Warriors of Chaos. You can still bring a full Chaos roster after having 3 factions banned. But it's going to be Dwarves, the regular Dwarves. So Kislev has made it through the bans. It was always banned. And it went to like 3rd pick. Wood Elves. Nice. And pick Dark Elves for the triple elves. There we go. I'm so good at predicting this. See, Michael Pontifex just does the most random thing, but I still managed to predict it. And the last pick, Chaos Dwarfs. Maybe Grand Cafe. But I don't know much about Flamaster's playstyle other than the 2 replays I think we've watched of him against Glidden. So yeah. But I welcome him to the SUNTZU League. Let's see how he fares up. 5th or 6th place against Michael Pontifex. Okay, let's go into that replay. Let's not have a draft on the screen. So, Beastman versus Nurgle. The triple Nurglings, one of them in the Regiment of Renown. 5, I think those are Warriors of Chaos, right? Not the Murderers. Yeah, those are Warriors of Chaos. Then you have the Cultist and Demon Prince of Nurgle. Because Berserk has... I think we've seen... yeah, 3 different Legendary Lords for Beastmen. Nice variety, I guess. None of them is like very much obviously OP, right? So we had Morgur before, Taurox, and now we got Malagor. Though Taurox, I think, lost both times he was picked. Anyway, Lost Temple of Sotek, one of the best maps, as in whenever we visited this map, it produced amazing battles. And we got Berserk vs Nerexa, which Nerexa said, not worth watching. But you're just going to miss a grand final match. So let's see how it does on the Nurgle forces. Lots of Chaos Warriors. Actually, wouldn't Fastest just be better? He's killing elixirs after all. Even though Glidden lost with it, it's still pretty fucking strong. Alright. The early First Blood. The Ungor Riders. I've got a charge of Butchers of Karkengrad in the Nurglings. Obviously, Butchers won't even take any damage, really. Even if they do, they'll just regenerate it. Sangers, well, it's pretty nice for the Chaos Warriors that the Nurglings ate the initial charge damage, but Berserk is retreating. So it's kind of taking the trade and running away with it for free. He holds point number 3 and also point number 1. But yeah, Serka is advancing with vast majority of his forces into point number 3. With Minotaurs intercepting some Martyrs of Nergal in the backline, some Chaos of Warriors of Nergal in there as well. Sentinels are running away from them. There's like, yeah, 4 units of Chaos Warriors, some Martyrs. So 3 units of Chaos Warriors converging on point number 3. Buddhas of Kaliningrad there, lots of Sentinels trying to stop them. Well, there are no anti-large units in there, it's a massive blob that just got hit by a Flock of Doom. Chaos Warriors on this flank, on a 2-1 line, are also doing pretty well. Archers are going to be largely ineffective against their massive armor and massive shields. The Demon Prince against Sangors, supporting the Martyrs of Nergal, going to play the engagement in his favor. And point number 3, there we go, captured by Nerexa. There's the amount of Chaos Warriors overall on Berserk, but Berserk is at an advantage in damage overall, not a big of an advantage in value, considering Nergal's killing. Miasma of Pestilence, well, is a debuff, but if you're not going to fight them, it's going to not matter at all. So, massive waste of a spell. And as well, that spell caused them not to fight, because otherwise they would. Speaking of spells, this time, far more effective, hitting 3 units. And giving Malagor some nice value. Although, he already cast like 2 or 3 times. Let's see, Plague Augurs with great weapons being summoned. It'll take them a while, but the next one might need some reinforcements over on this flank. As Berserk does switch attention towards the 1-2 line. Sort of, maybe not really gave up on point number 3, still has lots of Sentinels, but Sentinels can be anywhere at any time with their 92 speed. For now, with the throwing axes, they can just harass the Chaos Warriors. The throwing axes aren't... No, they are armor piercing. I was looking at the melee damage. Yeah, so with their armor piercing, they should be quite effective against Chaos Warriors of Nergal. You do have that 55% missile block chance. The Prince hangs about. Still didn't do much damage himself. He's got Fleshy Abundance and Miasma of Pestilence. Stream of Corruption. Why are these in different tiers? Oh, that's a bounce spell. Okay. That explains it. Now diving into Razor Gore Herd. Yeah, that's a very good infantry clearing unit. So used absolutely correctly there. The Nerexa still holds on onto his double points, but Berserk with 2k value of advantage on the field, just for those minor skirmishes here and there. The Sentinels going in absolute rampages as well. Chaos Warriors are standing kinda strong, it's Marauders who are taking most of the damage. I mean, obviously they cannot just catch the Sentinels, because they're just gonna run away. So they just kinda have to stay there and take it. Ungol Riders also just run out of ammunition. Now can they just be unsummoned and get back some money that way? So, while Lorexa have that 7-point advantage, it's still nowhere near sort of Berserk needs to really worry about it, so there's plenty of time to convert that damage advantage into an actual on-battlefield victory. There we go, Mindors charging through, routing a dying unit of Chaos Warriors. That's pretty big. Diving into another one. Again, these are just regular Chaos Warriors, so no anti-large. Sentinel is just waiting there, not even shooting at the moment. They have their outfire turned off. But could be shooting the Chaos Warriors who are now turned around. They're exposing their backs, so the missile block chance wouldn't work. We've got Curse of the Slag now. Being caused by this dude, I guess. Doesn't have that. But Demon Prince is over here. Against Butchers of Kalkingrad, and they're getting wrecked. Demon Prince is still full HP. Could have used some healing, but we won't know even through the UI mod. That's his super secret information that CA doesn't want to give. Of how much was already healed, unless the healing cap is within sight. And yeah, point number 2, just Berserk outmaneuvers his opponent once more, whether it's Narexa, whether it's Philidin, he finds a way. Point number 3, permit control, just massive amounts of infantry, and all that being held there by 3 Centigors, and just kind of unable to leave. Although leaving 1 or 2 units would be definitely enough against 3 Centigors. But Narexa is somewhat overcommitting. It's another Beastmen have taken the point. They have 200 points of disadvantage to claw back. So in 3 minutes they will be equal on points. We'll see if Narexa will be able to get something back in the meantime. But the advantage that Berserk has in gold value is only widening and widening. Advantage of 3k at the moment, and has even more supplies to increase that even further. And Demon Prince is entirely surrounded with all the Minotaurs with great weapons, and even Malagor for the sake of it, even though he's not a very good melee fighter. He can still land massive hits, bigger than any of the Minotaurs, I guess. Yeah, Demon Prince down to half. His morale is almost 0. There we go with Double Darkness. That causes him to start to disintegrate. He has Fleshy Abundance, but that's not really going to counter that, so very good use of Doom and Darkness. Didn't have to be upgraded, because upgrade just means it's AoE, but who else was caught in the AoE? Yeah. So it was a little bit of an overkill. But he just continues to take massive damage from the demonic instability. So, absolutely great big brain play there by Berserk. Point number 3, still just Centigors, and no one can ride this joint. And Narexa just can't catch them. Too slow.
Have killed an enemy lord.
Just move towards them, but that's about it. Anyway, the Demon Prince is dead, as is the rest of the army that Nurgle had on this flank.
I knew it.
And Narexa gives up.
Unending glory.
Doesn't want us to watch anymore. So Berserk, once again, with his big brain plays. Himself a fan of Nurgle, so he absolutely knows every single weakness of Nurgle. So bringing Nurgle against him, not necessarily the best of ideas. So just like I was a ranged player in Arena, I would know all the weaknesses of ranged units, and then whenever I wasn't playing ranged units, I was playing something else against ranged units, I would absolutely know what to do in every single situation. You could always just walk forward. There's really all there is to it. But it is very surprising just how many people are not aware of it. Okay, we've got a third place match battle. Fifth place match, so far nothing, but usually we are able to cover 2 matches at the same time. So that's what we're going to do. Well, we've got a legendary lord battle. We've got Zhao Ming versus Count Noctilius, possibly on his Necrofex Colossus mount. That would be pretty cool. We've got 2 depth cards. Great units. Let's have a look. Yep, seems like he is just on foot. Will cost 2.3k with Invocation of Nahak and Melkov Mystifying Miasma. For Ravestorm Bombardment ability, Captain Ross Mundial, summon unit of Zombie Pyron Deck mobs. It's really worth 200 gold to summon 2 zombies? No. Such a bullshit purchase, what the fuck? Anyway, let's got some hand cannons, they're pretty good. But they're all zombies, they're super slow. Depth card, 36 speed, that's slightly better. Yes, some scurvy dogs. Deck gunners, 23 speed. But they are pretty good ranged unit, if they manage to set up properly. Might be difficult on this map. Well, Forest proving a great defense against the Grand Cannons. Yeah, so double Grand Cannon over here, also not necessarily very good. Especially since this is like the main area you'll be shooting at. It's double Forest in here. Well, they did manage to land some shots now. 58, 73. Not bad, not bad. The Zhao Ming. So everyone's bringing Zhao Ming. We've seen 1 Lord Magistrate, but I'm just overall happy that we're seeing more and more Grand Cafe. Because after the initial wave of like the first version of Shadows of Change, nobody was really bringing Cafe, despite all the new units it got. And now, after Thrones of Decay, it's finally getting some time in the spotlight. A very nice Peasant Horseman Summon last second there, to protect the cannons from Scurvy Dogs, but the Scurvy Dogs, there are just too many of them. Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? And what we're going to do is, I guess, summon units of Spearmen. The Horsemen have already dealt with 1. They can turn around, deal with the other. The Grand Cannons are down to half HP, but it will be fine. They will have still all 4 cannons. They just got disrupted for a little bit. And I'll be back in business in no time. And in the meantime, we've got mainline engagement. Zhao Ming being an absolute menace with his Dragon Breaths. 600 value already this early. That's pretty decent. There's no Spearman now holding out the zombie pirates. They're just being ignored. Yeah, just walk past them. Get point number 1. Like Giga Chat behavior there from Clayton. Yeah, the Peasant Archers plus Peasant Log Spearmen will be more than enough to kill some zombies. What are those? Night Terrors, Morngulls with massive particle effects. They look cool, we'll see if they perform equally well. Matilda's here Oh, there we go.
Elements has been destroyed.
That must be his bombardment ability. Was it 3 uses? I think it was 3 uses. He didn't use it. But then what else would it be? Must have been that. Pretty cool and pretty effective. Most of all. Jamming, just tearing apart some zombies in the background. I feel like that's a waste of his potential. Onyx Strowman dove after the gunners. Yeah, they never had a chance to set up. They were going down without ever being able to deal any decent damage. Sirens are being called. The Vampire Pirates could maybe benefit from a little bit of a build-up, because you have just a bunch of zombies, like lots and lots of zombies. But then, who is dealing your damage? Because the zombies aren't. So, build up, get some more actual damaging units, like those Night Terrors. Oh, there we go, Animated Hogs, Sirens. But then you zombies as meat shields, but you're sending your meat shields, them dying. And then once you finally have enough resources to summon your damage dealing units, you no longer have a front line for them. I think like that's the trap that lots of Vampire Pirates players are falling into. And it is just once again very evident here. But yeah, Vampire Pirates just suck. So they shouldn't be even brought in the first place, really. Animated Hogs used to be very good, and Vampire Pirates used to be a top tier faction. They really aren't anymore. And so are actually all the undead factions. Some Kings were top tier, and the Vampire Counts were top tier. And now, either just the meta changed, the players adapted or just found better things, or they just got power crept to oblivion. Also, Three Kingdoms music as we're watching Grand Cafe. Nice. And Xiaoming with his magical attacks now diving out of the Sirens. Sirens are going to disappear very, very quickly. And yeah, clearing with almost the triple cap, capturing point number 3 will now complete it. I think it's just in the middle of nowhere, still at full HP. Still has one Wraith Storm left. It's 90 seconds cooldown. So maybe it should be back up about now. This could be a decent target. Triple units of, well, double Jade Warriors and President's Spearman. Not a bad target if he hits all 3. Grand Cannon sniping him at the very, very edge. There we go, and he summons Zombie Pirate Deckenweb with a 200 item. Let's see how much damage. So, oh, there we go, that's the bombardment ability. It's much less cool. But yeah, that's 150. That's 3 bombardments. And that already was like 200 value here. Whereas these zombie powers here, 46 value. Let's go. If they get like 100, it's more or less worth it. Plus, obviously, they do the tanking and some unvilling as well. I feel like there's lots other better ways to spend 200.
I knew it. Unending glory.
And yeah, Falling Star has agreed that it is better to spend his time already thinking about the next battle. we've got another grand final match battle. So, Dark Elves versus Grand Cafe. Grand Cafe once more. Nice. Pretty much picked in almost every single match today. Nice. I am a Grand Cafe enjoyer. Not so much in the campaign. Not a fan of the rework. But on the battlefield, very much so. Once again, we see Legendary Lords battle it out. For the first time, it is going to be Zhao Ming. Is going to be against Marus. Zerk once again heavily investing in range, but not as heavily as in the past. With crane gunners from Nerexa, crossbowmen. No artillery, so that's nice. It's one of the newer maps, I believe. That just recently got added to the map pack. Yeah, it is indeed quite big. Dark Elves with the repeating crossbows, just vanguard deployment. Gonna grab on the Dark Riders. Gonna grab all the early points. Peasant Horsemen should lose against Dark Riders, though. I mean, it was the same. See the stat comparison, but yeah, Dark Riders, more armor, more defense, slightly less attack, better charge. Obviously, Peasant Horsemen would unlock its massive buffs with harmony. That's why I wasn't a fan of Cafe Free Shadows of Change, because they didn't have anything that could apply the harmony that wasn't ranged. So it was very, very hard to keep the harmony up. And then their units are just kind of weaker on average, because they can get stronger than average with the battle harmony. So it is to balance them out, and Berserk, with superior cavalry forces with a triple cap early on, already at 120 points. Cafe still just making it there, keeping their formation, because that's what they do. It's really not a good map. The crane gunners still have real trouble shooting at anything. Yeah, that's like a good angle. And shoot some Dark Riders there. Whatever that was, largely missed. Must have been a fireball. Yeah, so I tried to do the angle trick again. Didn't work this time. But here, the Empress Crowman will be devastating to some of the Bleak Swords, but no high value targets in Berserk's army. Cavalry everywhere, but yeah, really, Mal's just committed in the middle of everything. Because why not? He has 2 HP bars essentially. So as long as he doesn't get surprise, that price damage second. So he damages himself, but just deals a lot more damage around himself. Very nice Flame Store against Giant Warriors. But again, wouldn't burning it just be better? Could hit multiple units. Mostly just soloing Miao in, but decides against it. Instead it goes after the Alchemist. Makes sense. It did suffer quite a lot of damage already. What was that? Was it Medusa? Oh yeah, there we go. There she is. Those are Medusa projectiles. Some others, yeah, diving after the Alchemist. Alchemist trying to run away, but she is on foot. Okay, I don't know. I guess he... I don't know. Alchemist is female. Your Astromancer is male. Oh, nice flying there by an Empress Croman, making sure Dread Spears will rout and maybe unlock some potential of flanking. But that Flame Sword is pretty bad. It's going to end up in the middle of Bleak Swords. Yep. But don't run into it with Jade Warriors, no. It is going slightly to the side, but yeah, that little Bleak Sword just largely got obliterated by the Flame Storm. So there's quite a lot of friendly fire. But now it goes largely into Jade Warriors. Yeah, still... it probably dealt more damage to Dark Elves than it did to Grand Cafe. And Berserk already at above halfway point to the victory. But Nerexa with 2k advantage. More like 1.7. The question is, will he be ever able to convert it? It's also like a hidden second HP bar here. So as soon as Malus transforms into Sarkhan, his value is going to skyrocket. Although it would jump by 1.5k, and it is time to... There we go, yep. Second HP bar, and it's suddenly equal. And there we go, now there's the Reaper of Souls. And that's another Flames of Brewing. Oh, this one's going to be massive. And the Crane Gunners, the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, the Jade Warriors, Crossbowmen. The Jade Warriors, Crossbowmen are actually running away from it, but the other ones are not. Oh, another charge. Jade Lancers, up heal. Into Bleak Swords. Not very effective. And in that way, Berserk is now ahead. And just 2 minutes away from victory, 2.5. With his super early triple cut, superior mobility. And this map really didn't play into Cafe's favor. This is largely a map that favors the attackers. And Cafe just kind of defends. I just wonder if it was Serika who picked them up, or was it Berserk. Serika is player number 1, so it was Berserk picking them up. So, he absolutely picked the correct map against Grand Cafe here. So well played by him, showing off his big brain skills. Leading to 0 up. One more victory for Berserk, and that will be Grand Final concluded. We don't have a replay from the 3rd place match yet, but we do have a 5th place match. So I guess might as well check out what Michael and Flamaster are up to. Something you know, sometimes the stream turns into a slideshow. Could be my internet, could be the fact that I am recording and streaming at the same time. But it says I have only dropped 1.4% of frames, but yeah, it's probably like in bursts. Well, hopefully the recordings will be fine. Yeah, because dropped frames network. Frames missed due to rendering lag, 15 frames out of almost a million at this point. So yeah, rendering wise I'm fine, it's just my internet. So my PC is strong enough, it's just my internet sometimes chokes. Which isn't something anything I can do about. And I've tried, contacted my provider multiple times, reported the issues, they came in, changed the router, never fixed it. It's like deep in the infrastructure. That's what they need to fix, not my router. Okay, Norska versus High Elves. And this time around, it's Norska without a spellcaster. Unless it is in reinforcements. Oh, that's one of the CA maps. Okay, so we've got triple more horse masters coming out, quadruple even. We have Wolfric on a horse. And then spam of Marauders. Do we have more champions? No. We're Berserkers, 1 unit. And then we have Lothern Seaguard ×2. Let's see that. It's Archmage of Fire with all the spells. What the fuck? Why would you... One time you aren't buying a mage at all, and then when you're buying a mage, you bought it with all the spells.
Keep it from the foe.
What the fuck? God damn it, Michael. Anyway, Lothern Seaguard, you need to really watch out not to blow up your ranged units, because then most of them won't shoot. You need to be unblobbed for them to shoot correctly. And that is a triple capped Norska, but well, obviously High Elves are going to get hold of point number 1. Question is for how long, because that's quite a big number of murders coming in. Archers with light armor. I mean, you aren't really expecting range duels, so that light armor is an overkill. Let's bring the regular ones. But well, into a choke point. And that was a very nice cast of Sea Claw, removing 2 units, well, 2 halves of 2 Lothern Seaguard's units. Wolfric diving in, leading some more of the horse masters. Never mind, stopped. Fire transmutation going down, but not overcast. You still do somewhat good damage. Now the flame store again, flaming head. Hello, burning head. It would be so much better across like that. 4 units, dude. Instead of you're hitting half of 1 unit and then your unit. Yeah, that's pretty hype as well. So, cavalry went through the gap in formation straight after the archers with light armor, so I guess the armor will be useful now. Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower is also charged by cavalry. not defended at all. Yeah, never mind the mage, Archmage Lord, because Wolfric just solo turn with Sword of Thorgald, I would imagine. Does he really have counter of champions? Yeah, they need to. Usually you bring Archmage and a Dragon. So, you know, it is also a very good melee fighter. Can hold their own. Would also be a nice synergy with the Lore of Fire, which is the Kindle Flame passive. So if you use a spell and then use a breath at the same time, that is a massive, massive burst of damage. Yeah, whereas Norska will just spam a single cheap spell that deals also massive damage, and then single transmutation, final transmutation, whenever a good target presents itself. As it did with the mage there. Although not necessarily the best of targets. Farming Sim Doom would be way more effective. Of course, mostly could just pick out the Pyramid Company, there we go. Make sure he doesn't come back because he was about to. Now lining up. They shall recharge, although it doesn't really matter because they're all routed anyway already. Just one unit still holding on. Now triple cap for Norska, with High Elves being obliterated all across the battlefield. Or just some slight forward muscle horror, yikes. So that's a high value unit that you just presented perfectly for a wind spell. Also an interesting formation, that's for sure. Yeah, this entire contingent absolutely obliterated, routed or shattered across the board. The only things that are freshly summoned still alive on the battlefield. Already stand there fast. 33 speed. I think they're already charging. Yeah. Wait, does that mean they're charging? I guess so. And now they aren't charging, and now they're slower. Makes sense. Leopard Seaguard could do alright, especially against a unit low quality and low HP. It's literally being backed into a corner. Still summon more units from here. Like mount a corner defense in domination mode where you have to fight for the middle. But the massive, yeah, the advantage is just massive. Triple the amount, quadruple the amount, pretty much. Let's see if these 4 Masters of Fire will be able to achieve anything. Wolfric shouldn't have any more uses of Seafine. Here's one more. So we probably want to use it on the Sword Masters. And Reluctant Seaguard while at it. Yeah, he is making his way over there. There's already summoned, I think this time, yeah, just regular Spewman. The Argent is being torn apart by the cavalry in the background. The white line trace. Wolfric is here. That's the last Seafine. But maybe he waits for a better opportunity. Or maybe he's just going to chill. Four Masters totally surrounded. A good 3 minutes of this. Decent Searing Doom. Could have been aimed slightly better. Well, let's spit it up. Ooh, massive counter-attack. See for now. Kind of a waste. Look at North Scout running for their lives. And summoning everything. Just flex. So there's more value on the field.
I knew it.
And GG.
Unending glory.
Alright. We have secured some replays in the meantime. We did, too. Okay, let's watch the Grand Final Battle 3. And we have third place match, and I think that's just battle number 2. Khorne versus Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, let's go. I see Serika blaming his losses on the maps again. Classic.
Yes. Birds fly, grass grows, Serika blames his losses on maps. And like Serika is saying, almost all rangemen currently just get rolled by Marauder Swarm. Yes, that's how it works. That's how it always worked.
Yes.
And that's how it will always work. Yes, if your range are not protected, equal amount of melee units, especially cheaper, are going to take them down.
I mean, it's always going to be like equal amount of units because it's equal amount of value, right? But if you spend some value on ranged units, then you don't have enough value to protect them.
Yes, as we have learned in Total War Arena.
And every Total War before.
Ever, yes, exactly. Like, it is a conscious choice that you make.
Can you imagine that even in Napoleon, full melee builds were valid? In freaking Napoleon. Anyway, we still have a battle to watch. I mean, as far as this map, as far as maps go, this is pretty good for ranged units because there's, well, not maybe choke points, but it is narrow. So you just need like 1, 2, 3, 3 to 4 units to completely plug in a gap, and then you can have ranged units behind, easy to protect. What are you saying? It has blunderbusses, so very much a glass cannon, and the glass cannons are the only ones that work, which is the thing we've learned from Arena. As repeating crossbows were pretty much the only viable ranged units in the game.
And even those were not really competitively viable.
Yeah. I mean, the meta did evolve into like 30 versus 30 units of infantry.
It did. It really did.
It was like that was CA's fault. Because they were
Ah,
just
it
listening
was.
to feedback. Well, yeah, just people play infantry, so let's keep buffing infantry. And then why are people playing infantry? Well, because it's the
Like-
strongest.
You know,
And the easiest.
funnily enough, that reminds me the opposite of what Helldivers is doing. So what we got to do, right? We take the CA's balance team and take Helldivers 2's balance team and swap them. And we will have perfect 2 balance games.
Sure, or just, hire anyone who just knows anything about balance, I don't know.
Or that.
I mean, the factions themselves are pretty well balanced, I'll give them that. But like,
Yeah.
the unit types, not necessarily.
Are not. And that's the best part. They did not have to balance the factions. There's
Some
never going to be
factions, yeah.
Greeks versus Romans. I am disappointed.
Let me
Currently,
sort of throw in over here. But doesn't really achieve anything as Carbon is just running away.
yeah.
Almost are repositioning, but there is some forest in their way. Bolts and the renders, preventing the flesh hounds of Khorne from achieving anything much more. But Khorne just is using his massive numbers advantage, just walk on top of a point and just grab it, even though Chaos Dwarfs are defending it. The Colonel Guard of Fireglaze is now firing, already 500 value. But blunderbusses, without being able to fire, there's already 2 units on top of them.
No, I gotta say, Fireglaves are really an unfair unit. They're basically a World War I unit coming to Middle Ages. Like, seriously, rifles with bayonets?
Yep.
Come on. That's just ridiculous.
It's a heavily armored unit that's good in melee. Head anti-large, so like, oh, cavalry, yes, please charge me. Oh no, I'm a vulnerable ranged unit.
Yes, and also, do they have a charge reflection? No, they've got...
They do.
Oh, they've got, what's its name? Charge deflect.
Not reflect.
Nah, yeah,
just defense, whatever.
Yeah. Which is absolutely hilarious. It's a World War I unit, this is great.
So looking at the values, it's still pretty much equal, right? But if you look at the battle,
yeah.
it's just Khorne all over the place, all over the Chaos Dwarfs, it's just green everywhere. But lots of things are routing, because it's mostly low quality. Dwarves have like the reinforcement points closer. The Hobgoblin Sticky Kids, 35 speed, so not that fast, not that slow. But they do have stock, so they won't be spotted until they're very, very close. That's an Iron Demon. Oh, why? I was wondering what that projectile was. So, Scarbrand. That's like 60%. It's also a Prophet of Fire. This actually has Cascading Cloak and Flaming Sword of Ruin, just the buffs. Doesn't have a single damaging spell. And I imagine if you cast like Burning Head in here, holy shit. So much damage. Would have been perfect. So this Flaming Sword of Ruin and Cascading Cloak of Fire are going ever to achieve. Chaos Dwarf Warriors are doing alright, but they're about to get some review charges here and there. Or maybe they'll just be ignored. There we go, Seneca just gave up. Into a 3-0 final for Berserk. Just how many times do we have to teach you the lesson? I mean, for me it's sad, like I am very much a ranged unit enjoyer, and it's just very sad for me to see them in such a state. Because they're absolutely just very, very badly balanced. But I guess the CA just thinks of campaign balance much more than multiplayer balance, because for range units to work in multiplayer, and yes, it will be like, oh, there are cases when they work, but yeah, those are very, very, very specific niche cases. Yeah, they would need to be massively changed, just straight up buffed. And adapt C would ever go for it. So we've got the finals concluded. 3-0 to Berserk. So Berserk becomes our Season 2 champion, with Season 1 champion being Houseplant. So there we go. 2 different champions. I did message Houseplant. He said he's taking a break from the game. So well, I don't know how long that would be. Maybe indefinite. Who knows? Got a second game from the 5th place match, but I wonder if we should just end it here and just cast anything else we would want through replays later on. Because the tournament is concluded. You know who won the Total War DLC of choice. As for the rewards for viewers, right? So everybody who was watching today, you've got all the... Okay, I just got confused by the discrepancy because between what I see on 2 different screens. But whatever. Yeah. The draft for the DLC for the viewers will be at the end of the Land Battles season finals, and that will be on the 30th of June. Essentially, it's in a week there. Then I will host a giveaway for you to register for. Possibly win a DLC. As for the DLC for participants, if you don't have all the DLCs, you're not really competitive because they're pay to win, unless you don't have like an old DLC, like if you don't have Tomb Kings, for example, or something. Although, just like half a year ago or so, maybe a little bit more, a year ago, Tomb Kings were the meta. They were like one of the strongest factions. So, I like the fact that the meta is changing and evolving, so that, you know, different factions get their time in the spotlight. I just don't like the fact that it is being achieved through power creep instead of, you know, actual decent balance changes. And by power creep I also meant to say pay to win DLCs. So yeah, there is that. CA, please fix. Lots of stuff to fix. Yeah. I don't know, maybe we'll see some community multiplayer balance mod someday. That would be cool. Where all the ranged units will be buffed. But anyway, that's the end of the story for today. Let's just switch over to the bracket so you can see. That's where we're at. Yes, I guess you can contact Berserk. Ask him what DLC if you would like. So Helion vs B66 is still going. We've got like the second replay. I would imagine it is going to be 3-0 judging by the first battle. and overall how they performed throughout the tournament. Hlidin like really gave Berserk a run for his money. And those battles were like much closer than Seruka's. So you could argue like this was the true final, the closest match, the best match of the tournament by far. So yeah, Hlidin Berserk always delivering. And then Michael, yeah, he needs to get good. Maybe I'll teach him a little bit.
Honestly, probably the best way to go about it is to loan him out temporarily to RTK so they can train him. Because they've got a lot of people who like to scrum against each other.
What if they mind break him or brainwash him?
Oh, trust me, they don't have the capacity. Well, they don't have the capability.
Sure.
I know, they tried.
Yeah, as I said. We'll see you in a week. 30th of June. For Land Battles Tournament Season Finals.